Would you all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, you want to give the coverage announcement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. And now for the roll call.
First, we can administer the oath first.
Good morning, Commissioners. At this moment, I would like Commissioner Overall and Commissioner Burrows to stand and raise their right hand. And I will say the swearing in, then you can just repeat by saying, "I do." Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter? I do. Congratulations.
All right, now for the roll call. Commissioner Godstinker?
Here.
Commissioner Burrows?
Here.
Commissioner Overall?
Here.
Commissioner Phillips?
Here.
And Commissioner Bierig.
Here. Well, I see the next item on our agenda is the presentation of the resolution to Commissioner Tilsher, but I'm not seeing Commissioner Tilsher in the audience. Maybe we should wait
Mr.
until he comes back from his vacation.
Mr. Chair, why don't we just trail this and we'll see if Commissioner Tilsher or former Commissioner Tilsher is able to join us. We had confirmed earlier that he would be here, but we weren't able to get a hold of him yesterday. So we'll trail it, and if we need to, we'll continue it until
So
next month.
possibly he will make it in today, and we can do that. Okay, that makes sense. The next item is the appointment of the commission chair, vice chair, and I see we have second chair on here, but we're just doing chair and vice chair, I believe, today.
Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair, I think I gave you improper information this morning. I think you did have a second chair last year. So if you want to vote for second chair,
I was wondering about that. Okay.
The County Planning Commission does not have second chair, but your commission has.
Right.
So if you'd like to do that, you're
Now, do we do
free
these
to.
individually, nominate and second?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Secretary, it is with pleasure that I move the nomination of Bob Barrick as chair to the Montecito Planning Commission.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion or possible withdrawal of allowed? No withdrawals allowed. We have a motion and a second for the appointment of Bob Bierig as the chair, myself. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion apparently passes unanimously.
Bravo.
Good. Now, the second item will be the appointment of the first vice chair.
Chairman Barrick, I would like to nominate Mr. Michael Phillips as the first vice chair.
Well, good. I'm going to second that nomination of Michael Phillips as our first vice chair. We have a motion and a second for the nomination of the vice chair. All in favor say aye. Aye. That's unanimous again. Now for the third, how about the third nomination, second vice chair. Just to make this easy, and I'm not going to force any of our new commissioners to make a motion, so I'm going to make a motion to nominate Commissioner Gottstanger as our second vice chair.
And I second.
And we do have your first second. How's that? We have a motion and a second for the nomination of Commissioner Godstanger as our second vice chair. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Resolution passes unanimously. So we have that out of the way, and our next item is the appointment of the secretary and recording secretary, and I'm not sure what the procedure for that would be.
Well,
Is
if,
it was
if you want
require a
people-
nomination from us to do so?
Mr. Chair, yes, it does. And I would suggest that you nominate Cynthia Mendoza as the recording secretary and myself as the secretary.
That being the procedure, I would suggest that we simply do that. I'll make that nomination. Was there a second on that? We have a motion and a second to nominate Cynthia Mendoza as our secretary, recording secretary, and Diane Meester Black as our secretary. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. That resolution is passed unanimously.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Godstanger.
Given we're going through all these procedural matters, I just would like to take the personal opportunity to welcome our two new commissioners, Mr. Jack Overall and Ms. Sue Burrows. I look forward to working with both of you, and I know that your commitment to the community is long-standing, and I really appreciate the fact that you've joined this commission.
May I please respond?
Please do.
I would like to say that I'm honored to be seated on this commission. I look forward to working with the commissioners, my fellow commissioners, and serving the citizens of Montecito.
I'll second that.
I would also like to mention that I'm really appreciative of having both of you join us here on the commission. Jack, as you know, we've worked together for years, and I know you'll be a great addition. And Ms. Burrows, I also we haven't spent that much time on commissions together, a little bit, but I'm very familiar with your work, and I know you're going to make a great addition to this commission. So it's going to be a pleasure to have you here joining us. The next item should be the agenda status report. Secretary Black.
Yes. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and I too welcome the two new members. I'm pleased to have a full commission. I think it'll be a good year. We have a consent agenda item on the agenda today, and we're hoping that it will be a true consent agenda item. It's something that you've seen before and is simply a cleanup item that needs to occur. And then we have three regular items: the Sewell modification for accessory structures, the Coleman variance and coastal development permit, and the Hearst appeal, and we're ready to go on all four of those items this morning.
Excellent. Oh, yes, did I pass by the minutes?
Well, then, I think the next item is projection report.
Yes, it is.
The minutes are quite almost at the end of your administrative
Got it.
agenda.
Thank you.
Okay. So on to the projection report. I've spoken to almost everybody this morning to warn you that your agendas in March and April are getting quite full. March, you have 8.5 hours on your agenda, and a couple of fairly controversial items. And April, we anticipate several additional items being placed on. So I've suggested that we set a special hearing for March 29th. And in the event that we get to our hearing on March 21st and decide it's not necessary, we can always cancel it. But I think right now it would be prudent to set aside March 29th, which is a Thursday, the week following your regularly scheduled meeting, for a special meeting. And I will plan to move some of the items from March 21st onto that date, and we can use it as a potential continuance hearing date if necessary for items today or even on March 21st. So I'd make that recommendation, and we don't project past April at this point, but I know there's plenty of work in Montecito, and we'll keep you informed as the agendas fill up.
Secretary Black, do you need any formal action from us to place that,
no.
notice that at meeting?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe so. I just
So at
need
this point-
concurrence that at least the majority of members can attend, and I do have that.
Well, I had heard previously, if there's no objection,
Oh, yeah, well, I was going to say I had reported to Secretary Black that I will not be at the March 21st hearing. You know, I get back from New Zealand on the 27th, and so would it be available for the special hearing that she's looking at having on the 29th.
Okay. Good. Director's report and supervisor's hearing summary.
Mr. Chair, members of the
Baker.
commission, number one, I would also welcome the two new members. I just look at the projection report, and Diane's indicated that she's going to look at moving maybe some of those items from the 21st over to the 28th or 29th. But I welcome you to some very long meetings. I hope you knew what you were asking for when you applied for this, because as you know, that we can spend a lot of time here. I looked at that one for the 21st. It says 8.5 hours, and I think, my goodness, what a baptism. So, and again, welcome to both of you, and the dedication for the three of you that remain. I really honor you for that, because it is I would call it, I guess, a labor of love for the county or the community of Montecito. With regard to the hearings, the board has heard 2 Westmont hearings since your last meeting, and they on the the 20th, so the 6th, they had the first one, which was the hearing on the Concerned Citizens Group, which was appealing a number of the conditions that were in that one. The board upheld the Planning Commission in that and denied the appeal. Yesterday they held the appeal on 2 items relating to parking decals and traffic, and they upheld, or they granted the appeal that was given by Westmont for those 2 items. There were a lot of discussion and some assurances in terms of especially the traffic and the parking, in terms of our people looking at this as a CUP which has some conditions, and to make sure that in fact those conditions are being adhered to. So they wanted those assurances before they finally gave their approval to the appeal yesterday. The other item was yesterday also the issue that came forward regarding swimming pools and water tanks in the resource management zone was approved by the commission, so they supported, or by the board, therefore supporting the commission. And with that, that's what's happened in the last couple of weeks.
Thank you, Director Baker. Do we have any the commissioners have any questions? The director on? Thank you very much. It's now our public comment period. Is there anyone that wishes to address us on any matter that's not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment period. I do note that our former chair, Bob Greblian, is in the audience today, and I thought maybe you'd come to address us, and but you can't stay away. It's just. So you sure you don't want to have a comment or two for us? Because we're going to lose your influence here.
Given such an opportunity, how can I resist?
I didn't think you could.
Whenever they call a meeting, I always attend, regardless of the subject. I want to welcome the new members to the commission. I think they will be a great contributor, each of them, to the functions of the commission. I think you have an illustrious record here to join and participate. I know that both of you have been important, dedicated members of the community, and you will be a great addition here. And I welcome the new officers to the commission. I think they will do an excellent job. And if you don't, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, moving on, we have the Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Commissioner Phillips, do you have anything? Commissioner Gottstanger? No. Commissioner Burrows?
I attended the February 5th MBAR meeting.
And Commissioner Overall? Likewise, I have nothing to report, although we did, I know that Commissioner Overall and I did attend the, I'm not sure what the title of the committee, the working committee relative to process improvements, and I can't remember the exact title of that one, which is near winding up its, and I'm not sure, is there going to be a formal report out of that committee related to the process improvements. Maybe Secretary Black, you can help me out on that one.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, we will be going to the Montecito BAR on Monday and presenting the BAR with the work that the subcommittee's done relative to their process. So remember, we have a revised submittal, application submittal form. We've got a revised, or actually a new form to use for conceptual review to help the BAR give good initial information to applicants, and to help the BAR then look at applications, and staff look at applications when they come in again to see that people have actually done what the BAR asked them to do. And then we have a form that will help the BAR document their findings when they give preliminary and final approval. So I will be going to the Montecito BAR on Monday. They happen to be meeting in this room on Monday and presenting them with that information, and then we will start using it. So that was our major work effort. I think we do have a meeting in March or April to follow up on some other issues that we had been discussing relative to the Montecito design guidelines and where we might want to go in regard to some other work items. But that's the major effort to date. Just so your commission knows as well, the Montecito BAR members that were part of this subcommittee, there were 3 of them, have asked me to also come and talk to them about the potential for moving their meetings to this hearing room. And so we will be doing that in March, at their first meeting in March, and I'll go out to the library and talk to them about whether that's something they want to pursue, and then we'll see where that goes. I think their interest was in having better access to staff and to files, and they just felt like meeting out in Montecito might be more effort than it's worth in terms of the support that they get. So we'll be discussing that, and I will come and talk to your commission probably at your meeting on March 21st and let you know where they're coming from and what the next steps might be in considering that change.
Okay. I assume part of the, I know the original analysis of having the meetings out in Montecito were to make it more convenient for the applicants, although there is some concern, I think, about the transparency of the process. And of course, I would assume that if they met here, would those meetings then be available on television? Is that part of the thinking?
Actually, no, although it would be, the possibility of televising those meetings would obviously exist. But the Board of Supervisors, a year or 2 ago, was asked if they wanted to televise the BAR meetings and said no, because the formality or the informality of those meetings makes televising the meetings a bit difficult. But we will get better recordings, and anybody who's tried to listen to a recording from the Montecito BAR, I think, struggles even more than the recordings that we can do in this room. So I think the quality of recordings will be better, access to plans will be better, but then there is the trade-off of not meeting directly in the community, and I think that's what the BAR members and public members that come will want to discuss.
Thank you for that information, Secretary Black. Do you want to just move into the planning and development divisional briefings?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we have any briefings this morning.
Okay, thank you much. Next item on the agenda is the minutes of our January 17th, 2007 meeting. Are there any additions or comments, corrections to those minutes? And if not, would someone like to make a motion for their approval?
Mr. Chair, I can move the approval of the minutes.
I'll second that.
Motion and second for approval of the minutes of the 17th. I'm assuming our 2 new commissioners will be abstaining from that vote. And with that, all in favor say aye. Aye. The minutes of the 17th, January 17th, are approved. And our first regular item is our consent agenda, which is the Zaleski General Plan Amendment at 1474, 1478 East Mountain. Now, is there actually a presentation as part of our consent items, or do we just?
Mr. Chair, unless you want a presentation, it's our practice not to provide a presentation on it. But the idea is this matter is so clear that just a simple read of a staff report should be enough. But if you feel you need more, we'd be happy to provide it.
So normally you'll just read the item into the record on these consent items? And
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Susan McLaughlin, agent for the owner, James Zaleski, to consider case number 06GPA 13, application filed on July 25th, 2006, to amend the Montecito Community Plan and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15305 of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Unless one of the commissioners wishes to get any further information on this item, I'd suggest we simply make a motion and move it forward.
Mr. Chair, one question. Is it your sense that this is a generic result, or is there something specific to this property that calls for this consent action? Is this, maybe you could just explain it to me a little deeper. I would help me.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, if you look at the issue summary, which is quite brief, it's indicated in that issue summary that the Montecito Planning Commission reviewed a lot line adjustment and rezone back in February of 2006, and the board approved that lot line adjustment and rezone. I think we just didn't understand that this very simple general plan amendment also needed to accompany that.
Does that
for
occur every
consistency
time we do a
purpose.
rezone, a
Not-
lot line?
Not
result?
necessarily. Not necessarily, but I think in this case, there was just a minor change, a minor adjustment that needed to be made given the parcel sizes. So it's really just to complete the action of the commission last year.
And as I remember
Commissioner
this,
Gotzinger?
yeah,
Please.
as I remember this item, Commissioner Phillips, it's actually to kind of create some consistency in the zone districts. When the lot line adjustment was done, it caused sort of a lot to be hanging out there that was not within the zone district. And so that's what we're doing. We're doing a cleanup of the zone district map so that we don't have this odd lot over here and this odd lot over here. You know, and we did hear this item, at least since I've been on the commission, so it's not that long ago that we actually went through and
last
granted
November,
this, you know. And and then I just had one question.
Please proceed.
Okay, I noticed that we have added the new condition number 11, additional development, including development of structures associated with landscaping but not included, including perimeter fencing. Now, at the time, I thought that the property owner did not want that condition as part of the lot line adjustment and the project. Am I not remembering that correctly?
I don't see a conditional. Yes, please.
I mean, I just don't want to belabor the point. I just kind of went, whoa, I thought we didn't have that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Godsanker, that's correct. The property owner did not want that condition added, and they did appeal that to the Board of Supervisors, who subsequently removed it.
Oh, so it's not there even as part of this. That's an old item in the.
I believe the revised conditions of approval have eliminated that item number.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And staff did include the action letter as an attachment to the staff.
Okay. Well, clearly I didn't read all the fine print here. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, just to be really clear, because sometimes the records can get confusing on this, what we attached was attachment D is the action letter, which includes that condition. And then when this went up to the board with the rezone, the Board of Supervisors deleted that condition. So if you look at the attachment A findings, C conditions, you'll see condition 11 is no longer there. So
Right.
those are the operative conditions.
Right. And my own comments on this item would be that I remember this item coming before us, and this is simply a cleanup to make the general plan designations be in conformance with the action we took previously. Any additional comments or questions on this item? If not, I'd like a motion on it. Again. Anyone so inclined?
So I'll make a motion to approve this item and adopt the required findings as specific to attachment A, accept the notice of exemption pursuant to section 15305, and adopt the comprehensive plan amendment 06 GPA string 30000013.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
And just for the record, this is a recommendation to the board.
So noted. Right. So our action will be a recommendation to the board on this item because it is a general plan amendment. I'll second that motion. We have a motion and a second to approve item C1. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Aye. Passes unanimously. So our first, with our consent item out of the way, with only slight discussion, almost with consent, we move to the standard agenda item number 1, which is the Sewell modification for accessory structures at 768 Ayala Lane. Did I pronounce that street correctly? Ayala.
Mr. Chair, it'll take us just a second to get set up here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Phillips.
this is not in any particular great order, but some folks in the community have asked me to ask everyone here to remember that not everyone speaks planning and development ease, and that as much fun as we are to watch, some people find it difficult to know what we're talking about. CEQA things and these abbreviations. So if we could all make an effort, I'm sure those watching would appreciate it.
Yeah, that's probably a good comment that don't assume that everybody knows what the terminology means. Sometimes we don't know what it means. Thank you for your comment. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the... I'm sorry.
The following is the hearing on the request of Jock Sewell, property owner, to consider case number 06 MOD 19, application filed on December 7, 2006 for a modification, and to accept the exemption pursuant to section 15303E of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Selena Boni, and this morning I will be giving a brief presentation on the Sewell modification for accessory structures, and will conclude with staff's recommendation. The proposed project is located at 768 Ayala Lane. It is a 1.2 acre parcel, Zone 2E1. There is an existing 2,550 square foot residence, gardens and associated hardscape, 2 driveways from Ayala Lane, an unpermitted 1,000 square foot guest house, an unpermitted 600 square foot carport, and a 205 square foot storage shed, all located on the site currently. And this is the proposed site plan showing the locations of the existing residence, the proposed guest house, and the proposed garage with attached storage shed. This is the floor plan of the proposed guest house, showing the areas to be demolished to bring it down to 800 square feet, and the interior remodeling needed to permit it as a guest house. The blue line shows the location of the front yard setback. The front yard setback is 50 feet from the road center line and 20 feet from the road right-of-way. The guest house currently encroaches up to 9 feet into the front yard setback. These are the elevations of the proposed guest house. This is the site plan for the proposed garage and storage shed. The existing two-car carport and attached storage shed encroaches 6 feet into the 10-foot side yard setback. The proposed project would convert the carport into a 3-car garage and retain the storage shed within the same footprint. And these are the elevations of the proposed garage and the attached storage shed. This parcel was originally part of a larger 11-acre estate that was subdivided in 1972 after the main estate residence burned in the Coyote Fire of 1964. The estate's original garden and hardscape remain. An historic letter prepared by Alexandra Cole determines that the proposed project will not have an impact on an historic resource. The current residence does not retain historic significance because it is only a fragment of the original house and has been further altered in the 1970s in an incompatible manner, according to the report. The proposed project does not alter or impact the gardens. The MBAR gave the proposed modifications preliminary approval on December 18, 2006. The MBAR commented that the guest house modification can be supported because it is being legalized, there is not a long wall facing the street, and the guest house is well screened from the street. They also commented that the garage modification can be supported because it fits in with the site and was not contested. The proposed project is consistent with the comprehensive plan policies that require the parcel to be adequately served by public and private services, require the preservation of natural landforms, requires that the project be compatible with the neighborhood, and requires that development avoids significant cultural sites. The proposed project is also consistent with Montecito community plan policies that require development to be subordinate to the open space characteristics of the mountains, requires the minimization of impacts to public views, requires the protection of cultural resources, and requires the minimization of lighting on site. The required findings for a modification can be made, specifically that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, Montecito community plan, and the requirements and intent of the 2E1 zone district, is minor in nature and results in a better architectural or site design, is compatible with the neighborhood, and is not detrimental to existing site and neighborhood characteristics such as ambient noise and light levels. Staff's recommendation is that the Commission adopt the required findings for the project, accept the notice of exemption, and approve the project case number 06 MOD 19, subject to the conditions of approval. Thank you very much, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. So, opening the hearing, we have one. I don't know if we have any questions, if any of the commissioners have questions of staff at this point. Applicant, yes.
Mr. Chair, I do have.
Sorry about that. I guess we probably do want to give the applicant a chance to speak on the item here, if they wish to.
Should I ask the question to staff now or wait?
You can go ahead if you have any questions
Mr.
on
Chair,
the
thank
staff
you.
presentation.
You,
Commissioner Phillips?
Thank you. Thank you. You just mentioned that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the community plan, and the zoning, the applicable zoning designation. If indeed it's outside of the setbacks, and that's what we're talking about, how is there consistency with those three issues?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, by the approval of this modification and then subsequent approval of the follow-on land use permit that's needed to effectuate the modification, all of the development on site, existing and proposed, would be in conformance with the plan. So the excuse me, the modification is needed to legalize the guest house and approve the development that's outside of the setbacks. Currently, it is a zoning violation.
Yeah, wouldn't it be better said that the proposal is technically inconsistent with the zoning, the community plan, and the comprehensive plan? However, I mean, to define consistency, I don't understand that. I mean, if it was consistent, you wouldn't even have to go any further, would you? I mean, that would be enough. So technically, it is inconsistent. Isn't that true?
That's, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, that is correct. If there was no development in the setback areas, then the excuse me, the modification would not be needed at all. It would just be a land use permit to legalize the guest house because it was, and the carport, because they were built without permits some time ago.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, just to elaborate on that a little bit, with the modification, the project would become consistent, and the zoning ordinance allows for modifications as a way of addressing these kind of circumstances.
So the community plan does as well, and the comprehensive plan. With the modifications, it becomes consistent.
Yes, that's right.
All right, thank you.
And Commissioner Phillips, pursuant to your remarks as far as the public is concerned and what maybe people are watching on television, we are actually on this particular project acting as the zoning administrator. This is not a discretionary project. This is, we're granting a modification which in other parts of the county would be granted by the zoning administrator. So it's not like, we're just going to grant it or we're not going to grant it.
Thank you, Commissioner Gottsdinger. I think that's a good point to understand the hat that we're wearing in this meeting today. Mr. Sewell, would you like to address us on your project?
Morning. My name is Jock Sewell. I'm the architect and the owner of the property. And I think on consistency, the thing is it's consistent with the neighborhood. If you look at the property across the street, it's 4 or 5 feet from the curb, really, and we have a full fence going from the street down and landscaping, and it's almost 50 feet back from the center line of the road. And then the neighbors adjacent, I don't know if you've seen the site plan, but the
Yes.
neighbors in the neighborhood context, they're all much closer than we are, even with the modification. I just wanted to point that out. So if you give us the modification, we would be consistent with the neighborhood, which I think, I was on the BAR, and that was always sort of the issue, the main issue, I think, to make sure we weren't okaying something that was out of whack with the neighborhood. So that's a thought. Did you have any other questions concerning it? These buildings were built probably 20 to 40 years ago. They may have had permits, but they may not. Things were a little looser back then. But we bought the property with the violations on it, and we're trying to legalize the whole site as a package and protect the garden too. It's part of the old estate that was Avery Brundage's estate. It burned down in the 60s, and then he never rebuilt it, but they did convert the garden terrace into a house, which is where we're living now. We'd like a small atrium room up at the garden level, and the rest of the house is down below grade with a lower garden terrace. So it's really going to be, I think, really a unique property. We want to preserve it, but we need a garage, and we would certainly like to get the guest house legalized, which was in use for 20 years before one of the neighbors put a violation on it in sort of a fence fight with the previous owner, which we inherited. So that's why we're here now.
Mr. Sewell, I like the project and the property. It's a nice piece of property, and it's nice to see you're preserving the old, what did you call it? The garden pavilion. The parking structure is the only one that seemed to be problematic, and the neighbor didn't have any concerns with leaving that there.
Well, that's the other neighbor. He's fine.
He's fine.
Yeah, we've got letters from everybody, all neighbors on all sides, and even the neighbor that was hostile is now on our side.
Oh,
And he came in support to the MBAR.
Right.
And made a statement. So I think that's in the notes and minutes from that. But the neighbor with the parking structure we've got is Carl Schuloff, and here's the letter from Carl. And we have one from Maria Harold, the curator at the Montecito History Association. Then the other neighbor, Leonard Shapira, he's on the same side as the carport. And we have the Eisenstats were the neighbor that put the zoning violation on the property, and they're over on the guest house side.
They're on the south side of the
Actually,
property.
their garage was the garage of the original estate for Brundage, so that, they're tied into the whole thing. That's how their violation, so-called encroachment, was grandfathered in.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions of Mr. Sewell?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Sewell,
Mr.
I can
Phillips?
remember 2 or 3 years ago looking at the property, and it seems to me, I may be wrong, but it seems to me there was an illegal kitchen in that guest house at
That's
the time.
true.
Is that going to be taken out?
Well, that's part of our correction, yeah. And also the house was overbuilt to the point where it's about 1,000 square feet, and I
Was
think
it?
what's allowed is 800. So we're reducing its footprint also.
So it'll become a technical guest house now
Right.
instead of...
Yeah, we're shooting for the usual 6-foot long wet bar with
Good.
a small sink and small
Great.
refrigerator.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Sewell? I assume we don't have to vote these into the record since they're one page. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now is the time for public comment related to this item, and I do have one speaker slip here from David Strauss. Mr. Strauss, would you like to address us?
Thank you, Commissioners. I am one of the neighbors that was going to be affected by this project. And just to give you a brief history of the project, there was a previous owner, a guy from Tennessee, who was going to develop a large project on this parcel. And he went through MBAR, and his plan was rejected because the neighbors had a lot of problems with the project that he was building. And then Mr. Sewell bought the parcel from that person, and he did the right thing when he bought the project. He came around to each of the neighbors, and he acknowledged, their concerns. And then again, before going to the MBAR meeting in December, he again came around to each neighbor and reviewed his plans with them and addressed any concerns they had on his plan before he went to MBAR. So when he went to MBAR, everybody was in support of the project, including myself. I appeared at the MBAR meeting and addressed the MBAR because I am north downslope of his project, and my only concern at the beginning of the project and all through any part of the project was the drainage of the rainwater, that it not all go my way. And Mr. Sewell showed me plans of how he planned to run the drainage, one drain spout going north and one going south, so it wasn't, all the water wasn't coming down towards me. And I just wanted to be on the public record, while Mr. Sewell is here and can acknowledge that we did have that conversation and that it's part of the public record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this matter? If not, the public comment period is closed. Any of the commissioners have questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, I'll put it back to staff. Do you have any additional comments you want to make before we make a motion on this item?
Mr. Chair, no, I do not. Thank you.
Discussion. Commissioner Phillips, you look like you're...
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Council, if I could ask your advice, what are our constraints here? What is any direction for us on an issue like this?
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, members of the Commission, it is a modification. It is a matter that would normally go to the zoning administrator, as you're advised. You look to the findings as you do for any project, and determine whether you can make those findings. The consistency issue you addressed, as to that issue, the general plan, the community plan, allows for modifications. Modifications are a part of the zoning ordinance, and those findings necessary are set forth in the zoning ordinance, where you can make those findings up or down, unless there's evidence that you don't have the ability to make those findings. You make the findings.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? My own comments would be, I looked at this piece of property myself, and I think that the improvements that are being planned are ones that I would endorse. I think they make a lot of sense. It'll retain most of the historic nature of this piece of property, which I think a lot of developments that might have taken place here would not have done. And I think it's something we should endorse and support.
Mr. Chairman, I also would like to commend the applicant for preserving the garden, the historic garden. That's very important. I support this project, and I think it would be an improvement to your property and to Montecito.
Thank you, Commissioner. If there's no other discussion, we're ready for a motion.
Excuse me. Mr. Chair, I can move to adopt the required findings for the project specified in Attachment A of the staff report, including the California Environmental Quality Act findings, except the exemptions specified in Attachment B of the staff report. Approve the project case number 06 MOD string 019, subject to the conditions included as Attachment C.
I can second that.
We have a motion and second for approval of the project. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. So we will next move on to the Coleman Variance Coastal Development Permit at 1555 Miramar Beach Road, item number 2. And I assume staff will need a minute to set up on this item. We'll give Jack a minute to get back.
It's interesting, they just...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a request of Tom Meany, architect agent for the property owners, to consider the following. 06 VAR 2, application filed on March 16th, 2006. 05 CDH 45 application filed on November 1st, 2005, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15301 of the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. We're ready.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to just interrupt. As I mentioned to you before the meeting, I have to be gone from 10 till approximately 12:30, 1 o'clock. So I won't be sitting on this item because I'm leaving in 5 minutes, and then I'll be back after lunch.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, before we start the item, thank you for that. You might want to ask if anybody's had any site visits or any communication with
Yeah.
anybody on the project.
Thank you. And on this issue, our quorum is I know there's no issue here, but I just for future reference, if we start out with a quorum, let's say there was only 3 of us here, we could still continue to hear a matter, could we not?
Yes, you could. A quorum is 3 of your commissioners.
But
So
that's
as long
just
as
for
there
starting.
are 3 commissioners here on a permit item, you're fine. And then a positive vote would be a 2-to-1 or 3-0 vote.
Okay.
If we were taking up a legislative act, I think you may need 4. Is that right, David? Or can they do a 2-1 vote? We'll look at that if it ever happens again. But
Right. Now, if we have a quorum, as a matter of procedure, probably if we didn't have 3, we wouldn't want to hear it anyway. I would prefer
you
to-
couldn't.
We could not. Okay.
You could not. If you did not have at least 3 members, you could not hear it.
Okay. All right. Good. That's good to know for future reference. Site visits and any outside what's the term of art for that again?
Site-
Ex parte.
Yes.
Ex parte communications on this item.
I have visited the site and no communication.
I also visited the site and have had no other outside communication.
Commissioner Burrows?
I have not visited the site and have had no communications.
Commissioner Gottstanger, do you want to comment on your own?
Yes, I did visit the site prior to this personal issue coming up, so I thought I was going to be here. And I just would like to remind the commission, and this is also once again for the public, that on this item, you're actually wearing 2 hats. You're a modification, which means that you're the zoning administrator, and then, once again, you'll be granting as a planning commissioner the coastal development permit. Just so it's very clear that there's 2 areas here.
Please.
Actually, Mr. Chair, it's a variance application. It would still have gone to the zoning administrator, and then a coastal development permit, if it were not accompanied by the variance, would have been a staff level. No, it would have been a CDH, so it would have been, again, a zoning administrator project.
And for myself, I also made a visit to the site. A little difficult to get on the top side, but I managed to get through the gate.
Yeah.
Before we proceed with the staff presentation, Commissioner, I know you, Gottstanger, I know you say you have to leave, but I know you've seen some of these items previously on some of your other, on the MBAR. Do you have any familiarity, personal familiarity, that you might want to relate to us before you leave here on this item? On these beach residences?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that what we need to, if I was sitting here, what I would be looking at, was, the relationship of this project to other projects along the beach, and the height of the structure. And that's what I'd be looking at, The variances needed for the setbacks, I believe, are not, they're existing. We're just cleaning up something with the variances, because there's been an application for an addition to the building. The variance, those setbacks have existed forever, and we always have to deal with the fact that these buildings the side yard setbacks do not comply with the Article 2 as written today, because a lot of them were built prior to that. So I would just be looking for and listening for the height limitation and whether it's appropriate to put on this addition to the top. You know.
Okay, thanks.
And
for
I
your-
could offer an opinion on that, but I think it's probably inappropriate right now because we haven't heard the item.
No, absolutely. Just more interested in your historical background on this item before you left us.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Allen?
Mr. Chair, with our two new planning commissioners, and I'd like to extend my personal welcome again, I think this might be a good opportunity for me to just briefly mention the point of an ex parte, of disclosure of ex parte communications and disclosure of site visits.
Wonderful. Always a good reminder for us.
You know, very often you will simply indicate that you've been to the site and perhaps that you've spoken with staff or spoken with someone. And that's fine, so long as that's shorthand for the fact that, and you didn't, what isn't said and what we assume when you say that is, and I didn't learn anything that isn't equally available either in the staff report or to anyone who looks at the property and in the evidence that is before us. If at the time of your site visit or in communications with anyone you learned something that may be important to your decision and that may not be known to other members of the commission or to the public or to the applicant, it's important that you disclose that so that everyone will have all the information that you have that may bear on your decision, so that the applicant can refute it, the public respond to it, your fellow commissioners understand what that evidence is. So that's the point of those disclosures.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Allen, a question in terms of when that disclosure takes place. I mean, at this point, we haven't heard the item or at the point of proceeding. Is it appropriate at the end, or do you disclose it? When do you say what is the question?
Excellent question, and that does come up. If you think you know something that others don't know, then it's a good idea at the front so that everyone knows as they're going along. If, as the hearing progresses, you realize you know something or heard something that you already know isn't in the staff report and that isn't coming up and that you think is important to the decision, the sooner the better. Because if it comes at a point in the proceeding where, say, the public has already spoken or the applicant has already made their presentation, it may be required that you reopen the hearing and allow rebuttal to that new information.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Do we disclose the name of the person with whom we spoke regarding a project? The name. Thank you.
Okay, I'll put it back to staff for the hearing on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Tina Ryder, the project planner for the Coleman Variance and Coastal Development Permit for the residential remodel and addition. The project site is located along Miramar Beach, generally easterly of the terminus of Eucalyptus Avenue at the beach at 1554 Miramar Beach Road. This aerial photograph shows what we're calling Miramar Beach with this being the terminus of Eucalyptus Avenue. There's 28 beach homes which continue easterly until the former Miramar Hotel. The project before you today involves two alternatives. The first is what the applicant has requested, which is a minor remodel of an existing structure, which involves three components: repair and rehabilitation of what's there, demolish portions of the exterior walls where there's damage, and add approximately 456 square feet to the top of the building, creating a loft area. The second project that we've described is a demolition rebuild, where if during renovation they find out that structurally it needs to be demolished because of weather damage or age, then we've covered it with demolishing the existing structure. With that demolition, you'd have to raise the existing finished floor elevation by 4 feet to meet today's flood standards. And lastly, the addition is still the same, 456 square feet. The project itself requires as-built variances for the existing structure with the minor remodel. It requires as-built variances for the front and west side for the demolition rebuild alternative, with the east side having to meet the 4-foot setback that was approved when the house was constructed in 1949. And lastly, there's a front setback variance for the 3rd-story addition. This is a chart that shows what the county approval was in 1949 with land use rider 1300. There was an approved 6-foot front setback, a 4-foot east setback, and a 3-foot west setback. The structure as built and as the property was surveyed has no front setback, 1 foot 6 inches on the east, 2 feet 11 3/4 inches on the west. The proposal, as I reviewed for the variance, is if we go with a minor remodel, you'd be looking at approving what's built on the ground under a variance, and what's new, no side setback is being sought. I'm going to go through a series of photographs that'll show the site and the existing structure from different locations. This is the existing structure. By way of background, the comprehensive plan designation for this area is urban. The project site's within the Montecito Community Plan area designated as semi-rural residential. It's also in the Coastal Appeals jurisdiction. Article 2, 7R1 zoning, 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. And as Commissioner Gottstanker had mentioned, a lot of the lots down at Miramar Beach are smaller, and they predate today's ordinance standards. This one is one of the larger ones out there at 6,300 square feet gross. This is just showing the lots themselves from eucalyptus over to the Miramar Beach property, and how some are smaller than others and others are not. This shows it as well with just an overlay with the structures, with the project site highlighted. With respect to looking at consistency with comprehensive plan, the primary policy is the coastal land use policy 4-4, looking for compatibility with the scale and character of the surrounding neighborhood. This is the building itself with, I don't know if you can see this, these are the story poles showing the outline of the proposed loft area. This shows it from another angle, again showing the storyline, the story poles, and the general outline of the new addition. I'm going to show you just a series of photos, just go through them quickly just to show the context, the surrounding area, and the type of development seen along Miramar Beach. Again, this is the project site, and these are the properties to the east. There are 3 of them, and then you get to Miramar, the former Miramar Beach Hotel. As you can see, you can look both to the east and west here. These structures that are lower are set down lower on the beach. This is a longer view of the development pattern. As you can see, the majority of the homes here are 2nd story and pretty much built to the setback lines with minimal side setbacks. You can't see the front setback area because it's along a private lane, but you can pretty much tell what the predominant pattern is. Everyone is fairly lined up on the curve with the ocean. Again, here's another photo showing the addition area and a ladder just to give you some scale. One compatibility consideration is, whoops, how did I go back? One compatibility consideration is how much development there is on each lot in terms of square footage. The Montecito architectural guidelines have standards for what the maximum should be, or what would be considered compatible on a specific lot. For lots of similar size and dimensions, there are 4 of them along the beach, and the dwellings range in size from 1,618 square feet to 2,935. The proposed project itself is at 2,156 square feet for the remodel, 2,071 square feet for the demo rebuild, and that is below the maximum FAR of 2,160. So pretty close. The development standards, as Commissioner Gottstanker had recommended, you look at what the proposal is in relation to what our zoning ordinance allows. And the average height of this structure is 22 feet 6 inches. The maximum allowable under ordinance is 25 feet. And this is just a recap of the setbacks. For the as-built, we would maintain what's existing, and for the demo rebuild, we would maintain the front and west side and establish a 4-foot setback on the east. With a variance, you have to make specific findings. The findings that you need to make are related to whether or not there are special circumstances involved with this lot that deprives this property owner of certain rights that are enjoyed by others, and there's something unique under the same zoning district in the same area. There's something unique about this lot, and that if you do go forward with a variance, that you're not granting a special privilege to one over and above any others, and that the variance itself does not conflict with Article 2 or the coastal land use plan policies. And lastly, that the applicant agrees in writing to comply with the conditions. In our staff report, under the findings, we have set forth our reasons why we're recommending approval of this variance. And I'm just going to summarize them. The first one is the fact that the project site is a small parcel, and it's located between the railroad right-of-way and the Pacific Ocean, which pretty much constrains development opportunity, in addition to the location of a bluff as well. The property is among a uniquely situated group of lots that occupy a portion of the dry sandy beach area, Miramar Beach. That's an unusual circumstance. The lot, as I indicated, is constrained by the coastal bluff, and this topography, combined with the site size, which is less than the minimum allowable, as well as its width and dimensions, are also less than what the minimums are for that district. As a result, staff is recommending that strict application of the required front and side setbacks for a minor remodel or demolition rebuild would serve to deprive the property owner the privileges enjoyed by others in the vicinity that have the same zoning. All of the properties on Miramar Beach have the same 7R1 zoning. With respect to the coastal development permit, I just wanted to identify the findings as well. for policy and ordinance conformity. And in your staff report, we go through the policies that apply and make findings of consistency. Another finding that we need to make is that the development's on a legally created lot, which it is, and that the property complies with all applicable laws, rules, and regulations. Actually, right now it doesn't, because the structure as built is not in compliance with the county approval. Did I skip one? Sorry, I'll have to go previous. Okay. And the remaining findings for coastal development permit is that the project itself does not significantly obstruct public views, and I've gone into detail in how, in staff's point of view is that it doesn't. How another finding is that the development is compatible with the established physical scale of the area. Staff is recommending that this one is. And lastly, the last finding for coastal development permit is that it's in conformance with public access and recreation policies. And it is. With that, my presentation's concluded. Sorry for taking so long. Our recommendation is threefold: that you adopt the required findings, accept the exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, and approve the variance and coastal development permit subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I would like to note that you do have a letter in opposition to this project from the Hogans.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions of staff on this item before we open the hearing?
Mr. Chair, thank you. This is a community that predated the current zonings and regulations, and it seems to me that when this occurs, when one changes and the property and redoes it, you have an obligation to come into conformity. It seems that we are going to just continue to let this community stay as it was and ignore the regulations. And is that what we do here? Is that the custom? And we call it a variance?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, I wouldn't say that in all instances where there are areas or pockets of nonconformity that we strive to maintain that nonconformity. But we look at the unique characteristics of the area. In this particular case, you have a development pattern in the size of the lots and the shape of the lots that really does constrain development on these lots. And so we look to that, and we look at the variance requirements and findings in state law and apply those. So you won't see planning and development staff very often recommending for approval of variances, but on lots that are clearly constrained and where others in the neighborhood enjoy the benefits of reduced requirements, we do, based upon state law and required findings under the law.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, members of the Commission, I note specifically with respect to the variance findings here, staff's recitation of the fact that only 2 of 28 of the beach properties are closer to the road right-of-way than 20 feet, and of only 4 of the existing 28 dwellings adhere to the 5-foot side setback. So the historic pattern of development on these, many of which are very small lots, has resulted in almost unanimity of
Right. Well, maybe we should go to the applicant's presentation first and save some of this for later. If you're ready to proceed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Like the site plan, or the parcel map, or the aerial, how about? My name's Tom Minnie, I'm the architect for the applicant. And just to give you a brief history of our process. The Coleman property is this one located here. And they've owned the property for several years. They've been leasing it for several years before that. And when I first met them, their desire was to, keep some of the quality of the beach. They like what's happening down there in terms of the architectural style. They just wanted it cleaned up and modernized somewhat. So the scope of the project is basically some minor interior work on the first 2 floors. And we wanted to put a roof on the building to give it more of a beach type quality, because right now it's got a flat roof on it. And so when we first presented, here it is right here, when we first presented the first concept to Montecito BAR, can you flip to the elevations for me, please? Did you have my drawings in here? Okay, I'll refer to these. In the first concept, we basically established this as to look and feel like converted attic space, basically. In the first concept we did, we had the ridge running the full length of the building, coming out with the second floor, even with the facade of the first 2 levels. And then with the deck off of the 3rd floor, coming off in this direction. And the comments from MBR at that point was they wanted us to try to reduce the scale of the top level in terms of height and mass, and to pull the building further away from the property line by looking at alternate roof forms. So we went from our conventional gable, the ridge went the full length of the property, to more of a hip configuration to accentuate the feeling of it being an attic space with dormers. And so what happened is the front line of the building, which wasn't here, got pulled back about 8 feet into this location. And then the deck, which was sitting proud on top of the first 2 floors, was pulled back inboard to the building. So the whole profile of the building stepped back quite a bit. One of the benefits of that modification is now if you were to draw a sight line from the ridge to the eave line out towards the beach, within the first 50 feet of the sand, our building is going to read as a 2-story building. It won't be until you get 50 feet further out from the building that you're going to start to see a little peak of this roof. And since this element here is a receding gable, it's not going to feel like a very high-profile building, especially as you relate it to the elevations that are drawn. In fact, when you compare our proposed eave line here with the neighbors on this side and the full 3-story in front of it, our building is going to look lower than this building within that first 50 feet in front of the beach. Like I said, to the side of us is a full 3-story building. I mean full 3 stories. It's full width, full height, full depth of the property for 3 stories. On this side we have the same thing happening that's full 3 stories. And on the building past us it's 2 stories with a small 3-story section. And so we're wanting this building to basically look like it's converted attic space. And I think in terms of the topography of the roof line of the beach, we're going from a 3-story section to 2.5 down to 2. And I think in terms of transition and what's compatible with adjacent properties, I think it fits in nicely with the property.
Mr. Meany, can I ask you a question? If you do the rebuild version, is that still true? Because you're raising the first the height of the structure 4
Right.
feet, as I understand
What
it.
we've drawn here is our worst.
I'm going back to your comparison of the buildings on the sides. Would that still be true under the demo rebuild?
Yes, because what we drew here is our worst case scenario. What's drawn here is if flood control requires us to raise the finished floor. And they've got a formula where if your construction cost is more than 50% of the value of the existing building, then you have to lift the floor level. And so once we get into it, not knowing how extensive or what sort of quality the existing construction is, once we get into it, it may be more necessary to do more remodel addition than we're originally anticipating. So the drawing that's shown here, this is the worst case scenario where the floor is lifted the required footage by flood control, and this ridge reflects that bump up if flood control requires that. So this is our worst case scenario that's illustrated here. And like I say, we're hoping not to have to get to that level of extreme of construction, but we wanted to at least prevent us from, if that were to unfold, that we can continue on with the process.
Thank you.
Can you go to the site plan or the site photographs? And at the first MBAR meeting, how about the aerial? That would be great. We had 3 neighbors that expressed concern with the project. That's good. The neighbor immediately to our east, which is a 3-story building, and currently enjoys a view over the top of the Coleman property down the beach, as well as a view out to the ocean, of course. And then we had concern from this neighbor here and this neighbor here. And so at the first MBAR meeting, they instructed that we put up story poles and meet with the neighbors. And so I met with this owner, who's from New Jersey, at the planner's office for about an hour. The day after the first MBAR meeting, I met with these people on site and these people on site. The field visit that the MBR people did 2 weeks later, they came out and they saw the story poles, and one of the primary reasons for the site visit was because of the concerns expressed from the neighbors as it relates to their views. And when we met out at the site, we walked over to the neighbors' houses to see if they were home. They weren't, and I made the error in judgment, and I let the MBAR people into the backyard of this house so they can understand what the impacts of our project would be on this neighbor. And I apologize for that. It caused some ruffled feathers from the neighbors, and that was a mistake that I made. But one thing I'd like to point out is through the MBR process, what they've directed us is that they're only concerned with primary views, which is the view directly out from the ocean from impacted neighbors. And along the property line here, there's a 6-foot fence on one side of the tracks, another 6-foot fence with hedging, and some mature landscaping in this area. And so the only person that really has a clear shot of our project is our neighbor right behind us. And we have a letter of support from him for our project. And even his relationship, because of the extensive mature landscaping, there really isn't much of our roof he's going to see, but the fact that we ran our ridge the length of the property rather than transverse it, and the way we've manipulated the roof form, it's not a very big profile compared to, you know, a lot of the other roof forms along the beach. So this neighbor, basically, his view transverse across our property wasn't considered significant, but the fact that we pulled our roof line back, his window that occurs right within that area, he does maintain most of his view down the beach. But like I said, that was a consideration we made out of respect for him, but it wasn't something that NBR required of us. And then the 2 houses down in this area, they're quite a distance from our property, and the fact that we're bordered by a 3-story building behind us, when I was down there looking down, it looks like the entire profile of the building to the east of us is going to silhouette our roof form. So I don't even think you're going to see any additional blockage of sky, even if you could see our property, you know, from these areas right in through here. So basically, it's not a proper 3-story, it's converted attic space that we're creating primarily because of the width of our lot. Because we have a fairly wide lot, the geometry of the roof line, we're getting some usable space out of there that we're accessing. And all of the work that we're doing on the 3rd floor, the stair, we moved inboard so it's not in violation of the side yard setbacks. The only setback that's in question is the front yard variance that we're requesting. And the distance we moved in from the sides from our neighbors is well outside of the 5-foot setback on each side of the property. It's closer to 9 and 10 feet. So I think, I mean, I understand the concern of these neighbors here where they don't want this section here to be built up any higher, but they have the voice over these people since it's in their direct view. And also I think what makes our case unusual is just the width of the lot, and it's really going to look like an attic space conversion. It's not a true 3-story like we have on both sides of our property, whereas there are no 3-story houses down in this area. So in terms of contextual development, I think it's very appropriate in this area, where down in this area I think he's got some say over how this area develops that doesn't necessarily pertain to our property. And that's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Meany.
Do you want the copies of the letters?
I think that would be useful. Commissioners, do you have questions of Mr. Meany while he's before us?
You may have pointed out where
Commissioner
the
Burrows?
Hogan house is. I didn't quite get that.
Here's Hogan's. And our house is here.
Any other questions of Mr. Meany before we go forward? Commissioner
Thank you,
Phillips.
Mr. Chair. I may be wrong, but I think I heard you take the position that in addition to the good neighbor policy we have, that there is an entitlement to view. Is that what you said?
It was more of a direction that NBAR gave us that their respective of primary views from people. So their perspective of the view from our neighbors straight out as respect to courtesy, not so much the view out the sides, which is not their primary view. And so that was a comment that just MBAR made at one of our initial meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now would be the appropriate time for public comment, and I do have one speaker slip, which is Dr. Philip Hogan, and anybody else that wants to speak to us should submit a speaker slip at this point.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, other commissioners. My name is Philip Hogan. I thank you for the opportunity to speak here this morning. I don't have a prepared presentation, and I'm not very experienced at public speaking, but I would like to share our thoughts and comments with you. I hope that you've all had an opportunity to look at the letter that my wife and I wrote last week and delivered to you. And Ms. Ryder, if you could please just leave this on the board for now, I'd appreciate it. My wife and I bought our house about 7 years ago. We wanted to get into Montecito to enjoy the Montecito School District and be near the beach, and most importantly, perhaps, is to have a beautiful ocean view. Our primary concern is precedence for blockage of ocean views along the coastline here, and that's reflected in the letter that I wrote. I'm going to focus on the precedent issues, but I'll also comment briefly on our thoughts about this specific project. Firstly, I'd like to commend Mr. Meany on his fine design of the project, and we're very supportive of redevelopment of properties, of improvements, remodels, new construction. The Miramar Hotel has been in a state of disrepair for many years now, as we all recognize, and we're supportive of Mr. Caruso's efforts to create a new Miramar Hotel across the street from our house. As Mr. Meany pointed out, our house is to the northwest of the subject property, just across the street from the Miramar beach houses. Immediately to the north of us is the Miramar Hotel. We go down to the beach all the time, walk the dog, enjoy the beauty of the ocean. I do have a poster here I would like to share with you, if I could just put this up.
Please. You can pass it around.
On that poster, there's various photographs that we took from our property, as well as along the beach, showing the proposed property that is under consideration here for an addition. Contrary to what was stated by Mr. Meany, our view would be affected. You can see the house that just went up last year in 2006 that's immediately adjacent to the subject property to the west. That's right here. This house just went up last year, as I mentioned, and
is that the Brown house?
That's the Brown house, and it's a two-story house, but it's very, very tall, and you can see the view from our house was actually, our ocean view was obstructed partially by the construction of this two-story house. I've been told by the people along the beach that they were misled by the plans for that house, and they did not expect it to be nearly as high as it is, and that they were disappointed by how much higher it is compared to all of the other two-story beach houses along the coast there. The subject property here lies directly to the east of that, and as Mr. Meany and Ms. Ryder pointed out, it's designed in such a way that the new ridge line will be about the same height as, actually it's from our perspective and looking at it from the beach as well as the private road to the east, the ridge line will be pretty much exactly the same height as the house immediately to the east. This house here, which I believe Mr. Meany also designed.
There is a pointer there.
Is that this?
Yeah.
So the height of this house here, I think it's approximately 45 feet above mean sea level, is the same height as the height of the house directly to the east, about 45 to 46 feet above sea level, right there. I'm not sure how the height that's listed on page 8 of the this document, the staff report for the Coleman Variance and Coastal Development. I'm not sure how that was calculated, because it suggests that the average height of the house is 22 feet 6 inches, and yet this up here is at an elevation of about 45 or 46 feet. Our view corridor, our backyard's at 32 feet, and so this would, in fact, block out the remaining southeasterly view from our perspective, from our house here, looking across the roof line here. And you can see that on the poster board that was just shared with you all. But I'm not going to focus on our loss of the view corridor over here. I'd rather focus on the precedent, the dangerous precedent that this sets for the future. We did a different count than what Ms. Ryder and the other county analysts came up with. We counted the houses from out here at Edgecliff down to Fernald Point, and I think that if you could just show me the poster. I counted the houses. I believe it's on the order of 40 houses that are two-story houses. Is that correct, Ms.?
40 two-story and 3 three-story.
That's right. There's 3 three-story, 40 two-story, and 12 single-story houses. So again, our primary concern is about setting precedent here. We're in favor of view corridors, view preservation, and not setting a precedent for large, high, tall, bulky houses along the beach that would block our view, that of our neighbors, as well as the view from the private road and the railroad. I thank you for your time and hope that you will give this serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Phillips? Excuse me. Is that correct? Hogan. So, back to staff. Any final comments?
In response to questions regarding height,
Correct.
the architect went ahead and used what is called our average height calculation and went around the building and took elevations every 30 feet and calculated
Well,
from that.
the height calculation is not the ridge; it's the average of
average
the
height.
right. Understood.
Now, with respect to
and Mr. Hogan was speaking about the ridge height, I believe, in
Yes.
his comments.
And with respect to the final elevations, I know I'd asked Mr. Meany to go ahead and figure out from sea level how high the ultimate height would be. And I don't know if he's prepared to speak about that, but he's got the elevations for the 4 houses in that general area.
Okay. Secretary Block.
Mr. Chair, just to be real clear on this point, the project was measured given the height, the definition of height that currently exists in Article 2, and the number that we gave you is based upon that definition. So this is the way that we calculate height in the coastal zone currently.
Right.
We did modify the height definition elsewhere in the county and are in process to do that in the coastal zone, but that's not been certified yet. So this is the way anybody would be treated in the coastal zone, given the grade change that exists on this property and the averaging of the roof.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Hogan, would you mind if I ask you a question? I know your primary concern, based on the comments you made, is related to the precedent-setting nature, and I wonder what your comments are related to, the north elevation, as I look at it here on the site plan, is actually pretty attractive as compared to some of the flat roof. When you look from the north side of a lot of these, they're not very good-looking houses, and the north elevation, I'm looking over at the the far left, is actually a pretty nice elevation to look at compared to some of them out there. And I wonder how much of your concern is related to the, having a bulky, flat two-story house as opposed to this kind of dormer design. And I'm relating that to your comments about precedent. Do you have any observations on that? Let me try to be a little more clear. If the houses that were approved out there in the future simply did this kind of thing, added an attic space as opposed to a full second, what from your view would be a full second story, would that ameliorate some of your concerns related to the precedent issue?
Yes, I do have thoughts on that I'd like to share with you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned previously, I commend Mr. Meany on his design. I think it's very attractive in most respects, in almost all respects. Our only objection really is to this third story. The third story will block our ocean view. If you look at the back side of the house here, note that the plate height, having risen 4 feet, will go up from the existing rooftop, which is about the same height as the road, as the grade right here. So that brings it up about here. They've also raised the plate height of the first floor and the second floor. So that brings this level over here up to about, I believe, 6 feet or so, 6 to 8 feet. The third story here goes on up from there up to a height of approximately, I believe, 45, 46 feet. And it's just the loss of our view corridor and the precedent it would set for potentially loss of view corridors from our neighbors that we object to. Again, I commend you on the design. I think it looks great. It's just the loss of the view that we object to. From our perspective, from that of our neighbors, from the train, and from the private road that fronts the beachfront houses.
Right. I guess I think you partially answered my question, but I'm wondering if there's some trade-off for improving the look of the structure with the addition of the attic dormer space, whatever we're calling it here, assuming that future structures weren't simply slab-faced two-story additions. Because from your perspective, this is a one-story house with an attic as opposed to a two-story house.
Yes, yes. There might be some opportunity for improvements, but again, I think the design is actually very attractive if you just look at this as a standalone, compared to the adjacent house, which is large and bulky and tall and has 10 or 12 foot high ceilings here. This new house, this point right here, again, is the same height as the adjacent house right here. And from our perspective, that will block out the remaining southeast view corridor that we've got. With the standardization or the acceptance of the side yard and front yard setbacks, which we support, I think that that should be done. I think that there's precedence for that, and I think that's appropriate. This side yard setback, I think they're both about 2 feet versus 5 feet or so that's required, or would be required if it was new construction today. But given the side yard setback and the front yard setback, which is essentially 0 versus 15 by today's standards, this is one of the larger houses on Miramar Beach, as you probably saw when you went down there and walked the beach. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address us on this matter? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to close the public comment period. And I'm going to put it to our commissioners for questions, comment, analysis of the project before us.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Phillips.
Am I correct to believe that the structure, the average height is 22 feet 6 inches? Or is this the average on the beach? Is that the project house?
It's the project house.
And the maximum allowable could have been 25?
That is correct.
Well, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the view entitlement is not an entitlement at all, but subject to a good neighbor policy which suggests that should there be an alternative siting or accommodation, one should try to make that to preserve a view. It seems to me that perhaps the Hogan's view would have been more obliterated if it had been a full 25 feet. I don't know, but I would guess there's some benefit on the left and right there. It looks like some accommodation was made. You know, whether, regardless of how we feel about 3 levels, it seems to be within the community plan and the regs, and it would seem to be difficult to deny the applicant the right to do this.
Anyone else want to weigh in?
I guess I have a question for staff. I'm concerned about the issue of setting a precedent. I'm not sure what the cat is already out of the bag with the 2 projects to the immediate east. Actually, all 3 projects to the east have 3-story elements to them, and there are other projects to the west. So could you address the issue of precedence and what qualifies for setting it and what doesn't?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, members of the Commission, no legal precedent is established by your granting of a permit on any given lot as a general rule of law. Property is unique, we always say. Each parcel is unique, and granting of a permit in one instance does not set a legal precedent for future approvals. Obviously, what people mean when they talk about precedent often is not a legal precedent, but a momentum. The next applicant comes in and says, well, you gave it to them, why not to me? And you know what we as council say, well, this property is unique, number one, and you as a commission evaluate many factors in determining what is the appropriate decision as to the next project that comes along. So legally there's no precedent, but you know, I'd be remiss not to mention that certainly people look at the approvals that occur. Okay, I think that may cover it.
Thank you. Ms. Ryder, how long, we have 3 3-story structures, I believe, was Mr. Hogan's comment. At what date were those structures approved? How long have they been in existence?
I believe that it was 1978, and not all 3. 1978 and 1978, 77, 78 for the first 2, and
The ones immediately adjacent?
The ones immediately adjacent. Then the last one was in the late 80s.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess from my perspective, I can see the opponent's concerns about the precedent-setting nature of this. And if there were no 3-story structures out there, I might feel that it would be appropriate to put a limitation and not allow 3-story structures, even if they couldn't build within the guidelines. But given they've been there for 30 years, it seems a little difficult to do that. But we do have an application here that's tried to build that upper story in a pretty tasteful and toned-down manner. Is there any way we could make sure that, I mean, we're likely to see, if we grant this variance and allow this to be constructed, we can pretty much count on that all future projects will come in. I mean, just given the nature of the world, everything else will now come in with that. So I can understand Mr. Hogan's concern. Is there any way for us to, if we do approve this project, to do it with the caveat that it was designed in a way that was least disruptive to the views of the, even though I know we're not supposed to take into account private views in our analysis, but it is a factor.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, first I think I should point out that the only variance that's being given as to the 3rd story, correct me if I'm wrong, is the front yard variance for that 3rd story, so that it can be at the same vertical position as the 2 stories below it. That's the only variance as to the 3rd story. Otherwise, it's simply a CDPH with
There would be no variance other than the...
that is congruent with the height limitation. In terms of whether you can, by your action today, limit or tie the hands of any future decision makers, well,
The answer is
no,
no.
as you know.
Right.
Of course, you can recite and cause to be recited in the minutes your thoughts with respect to how this project really achieves some of the objectives of the community plan by its nature as you've described it, the attractiveness of the design, the pitched roof, and so on.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess my recommendation would be that you look at the CDH findings, not the variance findings, and just ensure that those reflect your consideration today about why 3 stories in this particular instance is appropriate. And that may be a combination of the way that the house is designed and the location of the house next to other homes on Miramar Beach Drive that are 3-story.
Could you direct me to the page that...
We're in attachment A.
I see, I've got it
and it's
here.
on A2 and
It's A2.
Continues on.
Right.
Mr. Chair?
So you may want to add something to finding 3.2B, which is on A4, that the development is compatible with the established physical scale of the area. That may be a place for you to look and see if those findings address your considerations today, or if there's something you'd like to add there. It seems like that might be the appropriate place.
Thank you, Secretary Black. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One constraint we'll have in the future, of course, is the public view of the mountains behind. Some of these homes, I couldn't tell on the day I visited, and I hope that was looked at. It was too foggy that day, but who would have made that determination that it wasn't blocking the mountain view?
That determination is one that staff made, which is reviewed in the staff report as well as the findings.
So that's absolute then.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be something that might prevent a 3rd story and other spots. I'm not sure, but that's possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it does either.
I don't know if any of them would be impacted.
I mean, it would appear to me for our consideration that our big view issue is the one from the beach looking back at the mountains.
Legally.
Not legally, that's really the one that should be of concern to us, and not the private views from the other direction.
That is correct. And
And for that point, it seems to me that our trade-off is between allowing reasonable development here and eliminating sort of a wall effect of 3-story structures along that beach route.
In your staff report, starting on page 10 and continuing over to page 11, we review compliance with Montecito Community Plan policy. It's a visual policy where development of property should minimize impacts to open space views as seen from public roads and public viewpoints. And I'd be happy to just review those in greater detail if you'd like.
Why don't you run through that? I think it would be useful for us.
The proposed project would not significantly block any public view from a public road, recreation area, and/or the beach. The proposed addition would not bring the structure any closer to the beach, nor would it result in a significant increase in the perception of its mass or scale as seen from the beach. The site is not visible from any public roads or Highway 101, as it is accessed by a private road easement and is screened from public view by the existing mature vegetation in the surrounding area. Views to the coast from public recreation areas in the Montecito foothills to the north are not close enough to experience an impact. Most of the 28 dwellings along Miramar Beach do not have any front setbacks. Only 2 adhere to the 20-foot setback. The proposed 0 Front setback would not affect public views from the beach towards the mountain since the front setback area would not be visible from the beach. The existing side setbacks and those of the adjacent properties do not provide for any public view corridor from the beach towards the mountains. However, long-distance public views to the mountains are provided from the beach, and specifically in this location, it's more of an easterly view towards the mountains. It's not a direct one because of the trees behind this site. Long-distance public views would not be affected. The proposed addition would be set back further from the side property boundaries than the other dwellings along Miramar Beach, as well as stepped back to reduce the building mass. And actually, the building itself is divided into thirds, where on the north side you have your closest setback, and then you have a larger setback as you're stepping towards the beach for each third, where the addition is over 5 feet, averaging 7 to 9 feet from the east, and from the west it's closer, it's roughly the same, a little bit more.
Thank you. My comment to my fellow commissioners here would be that, from my perspective, I'm not sure if it's so much view of the mountains as opposed to the concept of having a large mass looming over the beach. It's a very popular beach. A lot of people use it. And I think one of the things that the MBAR did here was have that third-story element is step back so that it's really not visible until you get quite a ways back. And I mean, it seems to me that they've worked really hard here to try to mitigate some of these issues. I'll leave it at that. Commissioner Burrows.
For clarification, we say that there are three-story homes in that area. Out of how many homes?
28 total between Eucalyptus Lane and the Miramar Hotel.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Phillips.
I don't know how this would be accomplished, but I would feel more comfortable if we could be somehow assured that we're not missing an alternative that would permit the Hogans and other neighbors to have some view. It could be that if you would just do this, we can see something, and that might make a big difference to the Hogans. It may be too late to ask Mr. Meany this. Did you close that up? Is there an opportunity? Could you permit me to ask Mr. Meany?
Oh, we always can. I believe Secretary Black has a comment.
Mr. Meany,
Mr.
just
Meany?
quickly, if you would, just so we're... I feel an obligation to try to, under the good neighbor policy, make sure that we've examined alternative sightings and positions and bulk and scale so that the neighbor's view, which is a valuable thing in this community, isn't eradicated completely. Is there a way you can tell from, in your design, what the Hogans would see or not see if you tweaked this a little bit or changed it?
Well, we were very respectful of that when we went into this design initially, and the changes we made were, or based on our initial design, was, you know, running the ridge the length of the lot rather than across the lot. Because the ridge is running the opposite direction, everyone behind us is blocked. So one conscious decision we made was running the ridge in that direction. And then going from gables to hips greatly reduces our roof profile. And then we lowered our ridge from there to there, which made the massing a lot smaller. And then we pulled it back from the beach, from this line, you know, back 8 feet. So we've done a lot to try to compress it, reduce the mass of it, to pull it away from the beach, but still allow for some usable space up there. And additionally, you know, we've pulled way off of our side yard setbacks on our top level. We're not at 5 feet, we're closer to 10 feet on each side. So we've done a lot to try to bring it towards the middle of the building and reduce our roof profile as much as possible.
And your ceiling heights are typical 8 feet?
It's
or are
starting
they-
at 6, and it goes up to about 9 in the center, and then down to 6. So it's tucked in there pretty tight. It's a volume ceiling in there. It's going to feel like a little attic space, but the low point's going to be at 6 feet. And that's still leaving us with a room that's about 12 feet across. So it's not a huge space.
So you're confident that you've adjusted this as much as you can to accommodate your client and the neighbors?
We made a real effort to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Commissioners, it seems to me that the MBR is looking for our direction on whether we can support third stories in this location. I think it's an attractive design of a third story, and that's our decision. Well, or discussion if you want more, but otherwise a motion.
I can second. And could I also please make a statement?
Sure, please do.
I think it's important that we understand that by approving this project, we are not approving third stories. If we could please enter that in the record or amend your motion to make sure that that is stated, that it is on a design and specific to this application.
Secretary Black.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, we can certainly include in the minutes that your intention isn't to endorse third stories along the entire Miramar Beach Drive. I don't think it's appropriate for the motion on this particular project. I think you should really focus on the findings and conditions for this project. And I do believe that Ms. Ryder's provided you with very specific tight findings that support the direction that you're proposing to take today. So if you want to, you've basically entered it into the record by saying it on TV. If you want it reflected in your minutes just as a secondary issue, we can certainly do that. But I wouldn't recommend it be tied specifically to this project.
I will accept your recommendation. I will make that only as a second to the motion and ask that the minutes reflect the other statement, please.
Great.
Any other comments from the commissioners before we vote? I'd like the minutes to reflect that from my perspective, I wouldn't have been able to support this particular project if the second story didn't set back on the beach side from the because I'm in particular concerned about the slab effect of these houses as you are using the beach, and I think this is a nice way of handling that, and so I can support it on that basis as well. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Aye. Passes unanimously.
That's fine.
And-
I think
and-
we understand that you're accepting staff's
And
recommendation.
in fact, you had told us previously that we
That's-
can simply move the staff recommendation. Is that correct?
And you didn't make any changes, so I think it's very clear that you supported, your motion was staff's recommendation.
Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chair, we're in
Yeah, I
a
think
bit
it's
of an
prob-
awkward position right now because you've got item number 3 up next. And I did consult with counsel, and if we start item number 3 today, I don't believe Commissioner Gottstinker can participate unless we start it after lunch when she's available. So I look to the commission to decide how you want to move forward on this item. If it is by chance continued, she could, if she reviews the record, then participate at a subsequent hearing. But just wanted to point that out.
Well, I think in any event, it's time for us to take a break for a few minutes, but my personal feeling is that we should go ahead and start this matter and see if we can't move through it. I appreciate Commissioner Gottstinger's input, but it doesn't look like it's going to work. She won't be back until 1 at the earliest, and I can't see us taking a 2-hour recess to wait her return.
You may have just said this, Mr. Chair, but isn't it such that if she were to review this hearing, that she can sit for the next hearing if there was one, that she, yeah.
But
And
no-
have a
Mr. Chair.
vote, and have a vote as well.
Commissioner Phillips, yes, if she has the opportunity to review the tape and events of today, then at a future hearing she could participate. But what we're concerned about is that if this begins now and proceeds for an hour, and then she comes back, her participation could be precluded.
We understand.
Today, yeah.
Well, then I'd suggest we take a 5 to 10 minute recess here. Let's call it 7, and return, and then we'll hear this item next. I'd like to call back to order the Montecito Planning Commission. We're at item number 3 on our agenda, which is the Hearst demo and new single-family development. Mr. Villalobos. I still struggle with that every time, don't I?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Tom Minnie, agent for the owner, Harrison Hearst, to consider the appeal case number 06 APL 042 and 06 APL 47, appeals filed on December 8th, 2006 of the Montecito Board of Architectural Review's decision to deny 06 BAR 33 and the Planning and Development Department's decision to deny a land use permit, case number 06 LUP 105.
Thank you. Secretary Black, did you have a
Site
comment?
visits and ex parte.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me.
It's okay. I'll keep doing it and you'll get used to it.
I will. I'll get used to it. It'll come natural at some point. Mr. Phillips, I'll start with you. Site visit?
Mr. Chair, I did visit the site, and I had an ex parte discussion with counsel to the applicant. Based on the reading of the letter in the record, there was nothing I learned in addition, and should, at the end of all testimony, I come to the conclusion that I know something you don't, I will share it with you. How am I doing there? Yeah.
Commissioner Overall.
In my former role in the community, I had the opportunity to attend a couple of the MBAR hearings on this project. I did a site visit in conjunction with one of those hearings. I also had a ex parte meeting with counsel for the appellant. And like Commissioner Phillips, if there's anything that I've learned that I can remember after we've heard the testimony that informed my decision, I'll share it with you all.
Commissioner Burrows.
I had a brief discussion with Diane Morgan in regard to this project. I learned nothing that was not in the public record. I had a courtesy phone call from Derek Weston to confirm that I had received the email copy of the letter. I did a site visit to the extent that I drove by the site and tried to walk around. I couldn't get in. Thank you.
I took a site visit and also have spoken to Mr. Weston twice on this project. Back to you, staff, for the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Nicole Mayshore. I'm a planner with Development Review South. Today I will be presenting the Hearst Appeal of Planning and Development and Montecito Board of Architectural Review denial. The proposed project is located at 932 Park Lane in the Montecito area. The parcel is Zone 2E1, as is shown by the orange boundary here, and is adjacent to a resource management and Montecito Hillside Zone, shown in purple here. The property is bounded on the west by Buena Vista Creek and associated riparian ESH, environmentally sensitive habitat, shown here in green, and on the east by a drainage determined to be sensitive habitat by the county biologist, on the other side from the green area. Although on-site slopes reach up to around 30%, Land Use and Development Code ridgeline and hillside guidelines apply only where there's a 16-foot drop in elevation 100 feet from the proposed structure. Based on a survey submitted by the applicant and staff review of plans, the maximum drop in elevation from the proposed structure is 15.7 feet. That's shown by the two orange lines, orange arrows here and here. Those were the points that showed the maximum drop in elevation. The denied project includes a proposal for an 8,982 square foot residence, a 3,268 square foot basement, an 800 square foot guest house, an 890 square foot garage studio, 790 square foot garage, 2,400 cubic yards of cut, 1,200 cubic yards of fill, retaining walls up to 8 feet in height, and a pool. This is a site plan of the proposal. Here's an additional site plan showing the 8-foot and 5-foot retaining walls that are proposed up at the top of the screen. These are the north and south elevations, and the east and west elevations. The project was applied for on February 2nd, 2006, and went before the Montecito BAR 6 times. On November 13th, 2006, the MBAR denied the project, and Planning and Development followed with denial of the land use permit on December 4th, 2006. Grounds for project denial include site design and neighborhood compatibility concerns, development in environmentally sensitive habitat, grading and site alteration, and the inability to make required findings for approval. With regard to site design and neighborhood compatibility, design review findings require that structures be compatible with the bulk and scale of the neighborhood, layout be appropriate to environmental qualities and topography of the site, designs consider public hillside and ocean views, and structures conform to the semi-rural character of the community. The proposed project includes a 2-story design with high plate heights, a 3,268 square foot basement, and retaining walls up to 8 feet high. This table shows the lot size, resident square footage, and ratio of house size to lot size for neighboring properties. The proposed residence would fall under the average ratio for the neighborhood, but would also be the second largest house in the neighborhood. This slide shows the neighborhood the area sampled. 12 of the properties sampled fell under FAR, and 5 of the properties are over. When calculated using gross acreage, the project would be under FARs. When calculated using net acreage, the project would be over FARs. With regard to environmentally sensitive habitat, community plan policies require that a minimum 50-foot buffer from top of bank be observed, and that no ground disturbance or vegetation removal occur within the buffer area. And finally, that restoration of any disturbed buffer be mandatory. The eastern drainage on site has sustained damage due to vegetation removal, resulting in fragmentation of a possible wildlife corridor. The western drainage associated with Buena Vista Creek, shown in green here, has been disturbed due to gravel placement, grading, and placement of a trailer. That occurred within the 50-foot buffer area here, shown in yellow, specifically in this driveway area shown here, gravel drive area. Here are slides before and after the gravel placement. It does appear that a road existed in this area in 1980, but historic photos show that a road has not existed and has been overgrown by vegetation since at least 1998. Community plan policies prohibit any ground disturbance in ESH buffer areas and mandatory restoration of disturbed buffer areas. Even permit-exempt development must be consistent with policy with this regard. With regard to grading and site alteration, hillside and watershed protection policies ask that cut and fill be minimized, development be designed to fit the site, grading and site preparation be kept to a minimum, and natural features such as landforms, native vegetation, and trees be preserved. The proposed project involves 2,400 cubic yards of cut, 1,200 cubic yards of fill, does not follow topography, includes removal of 5 oaks, and impacts to 7 others. Additionally, the MBAR stated that the fact that grading is necessary to hide site walls and walls of structures demonstrates that the project is not working with site topography. This table shows zoning standards in comparison with portions of the proposed project. There are no ordinance standards with regard to the square footage of residences, although, as previously discussed, the project would be under FARs for a 3.4 acre parcel or over FARs for 3.9. Switch that. over FARs for a 3.9 acre parcel. Yeah. There are no standards for basements and detached accessory structures such as the garage and garage studio. The guest house meets the 800 square foot requirement. The proposed residence is under the height requirement of 35 feet, and the guest house meets the 16-foot height requirement. The requirement for no more than 2 stories has been met, and the basement requirement that the basement must be 50% or more underground has been met. Parking requirements have been met. The proposed grading is, as stated before, is 2,400 cubic yards of cut and 1,200 cubic yards of fill. Policies ask to minimize cut and fill and to preserve landforms. A revised project has been submitted. We received it last Thursday, and the revised project appears to be consistent with zoning requirements, including height, setbacks, and parking, but continues to be inconsistent with policies prohibiting disturbance within the ESH buffer. The MBAR has not yet had the opportunity to review the revised design with respect to neighborhood compatibility and mass bulk and scale. We also received a biological report last Friday, but additional review of the document is required before staff can comment on its contents. In light of this analysis, staff recommends that your commission adopt the required findings for denial of the project, including in attachment A, deny the appeals case numbers 06 APL 47 and 06 APL 42, and deny the project case numbers 06 LUP 105 and 06 BAR 33. That will conclude staff's presentation.
Commissioners, any questions of staff on the project as submitted before we go to the applicant? Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, can you tell me why the basement square footage is in the calculation if it's not to be considered in the FAR calculation?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, the basement square footage has not been included in the FAR calculation.
But isn't it part of your total to get to 14,000 square feet?
It is included in the total for the overall building square footage, but that was not the number used to calculate FARs, just the size of the residence.
And it's true that we're not to look at the basement issue, the square footage.
That's correct.
Okay. What is a garage studio?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification
Secretary Black.
On your question about you're not to look at the basement square footage. You're not to look at this basement square footage with respect to the FAR guideline. However, you can look at the total square footage on the site in reviewing the project, and should look at all of the development on site in light of
Neighborhood compatibility.
Neighborhood compatibility and other guidance that is provided in the design guidelines for Montecito. So not for the FAR calculation strictly, but for neighborhood compatibility, of course, you can look at all and should look at all the site development.
Mr. Chair, Director Meester, so therefore, when we're looking at that 14,000 square foot number, we should have basement, garage, studio, square footage on adjacent properties.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, for the FAR study that was done that I presented, it only includes the resident square footage for all properties, including the proposed property.
But for neighborhood compatibility, we need those numbers as well, the total numbers.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Phillips, I think you can look at the neighborhood and look at the development pattern in the neighborhood and get a feel for how many accessory structures and size of accessory structures at the moment. I don't think we have calculations for all of that for you today, but we are at the tail end of a project where we have gone through and identified the square footages of essentially, to the best of our ability, of essentially every property in Montecito, and have separated out the main residence from the accessory structures, and we'll have that information available for you soon, just to help you as a tool.
And basement issues as well?
Yes.
Okay.
To the best of our records, we will have that information for you.
Thank you. You mentioned net acreage and gross acreage. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, the Montecito Architectural Guidelines floor area asks that you use the gross acreage. However, the information available from the assessor that I used to come up with the comparison table for the neighborhood only provides the net acreage. The net acreage does not include easement areas on the property, so if there's a water easement area, it would not be included.
So did you just tell me that for FAR calculations, you are to use the gross acreage?
Correct.
But you don't have that number?
That information is not, for the neighboring properties, that information is not available from the assessor's office. But we do have the information for this particular property, which would be 3.9 acres gross and 3.4 acres net. Using that gross number, the project would be under FARs.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Phillips, if I can just clarify there, we initially had just the net acreage when we evaluated FAR. The applicant pointed out that we were using net acreage rather than gross acreage, and we have corrected that for you today. The APN information does not show areas that are within the legal lot that are within not right-of-way, but easement area adjacent to Park Lane. When you look at the deed, that area is incorporated into the parcel. So the overall acreage, including those areas adjacent to Park Lane, increases the gross acreage of the lot for FAR purposes.
Okay, maybe I'm understanding this because I've never seen anything before where we talked about net versus gross, and what it is here is we have a dedicated road easement. So this is similar to the hedgerow where the property lines run to the center of the street. Is that correct? That's what we're looking at here.
Mr. Chair, we have a disparity between the assessor parcel and the legal lot. And the legal lot shows areas that are not shown on the assessor's parcel map.
Right, but those areas are in fact the right-of-way running between Buena Vista and Park Lane.
There are areas adjacent to the APN boundary and within, I'm going to use the term loosely, the right-of-way of Park Lane in the corner of the lot to the northeast and the corner to the northwest that Ms. Mayshore is pointing out.
So it's the Park Lane right-of-way, not the access between the two. That's, I hear we're going to hear some discussion of. Okay.
It's not related to the access from the south. That's correct.
Okay, thank you, because that was my confusion. Could I ask one question while I'm speaking here? The ESH policy, you say it's inconsistent related to the entrance feature, or the entrance to the guest house, I would assume is what we're speaking about. And I'm talking about the revised plan now, the one that was informally presented. It's not before us here today, but informally presented. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the revised plan still includes proposal for a gravel access area in this area I'm pointing to, right? Let me put that up. This area right here.
Right.
And furthermore, Mr. Chair, development was undertaken in that area without a permit that would have to be resolved as part of this project in some fashion, perhaps through a restoration plan.
Right. I'd like to ask a few more questions on that. I know we'll probably get into it with the applicant. I assume down at the bottom of the parcel there, we're looking at the lot boundary. It looks like a gate is parceled in there, and that was the picture that we saw showing originally what was a grassy area. That's yeah, and those are both from that gate down at the southern entrance. I'll call that the southwest entrance. Okay. And so the revised plan is still inconsistent because it shows those accesses through the property. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that's correct. And in addition, there is unpermitted development in the form of placement of gravel or fill in that location.
Okay, so those two issues together.
Right, which is presently inconsistent with the requirements of the ESH buffer policies. those inconsistencies, that violation could be resolved again by a restoration plan in that area.
And just one last thing, all of the slides that we've seen, all of the elevations and so forth are of the project that's here on appeal, the denied project, is that correct? And not any of the, not related to the revised plans that we've more recently seen?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just one last question if I could.
Please.
You mentioned regarding grading the requirement that it be minimized, and we see 2,400 of cut and 1,200 in fill, I believe. Is it your position that that is not minimized, or is that over minimal? And can you give me some guidance or us some guidance on what minimized in grading might mean?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, the policy is a discretionary policy. It doesn't include a bright line rule on what constitutes minimization. In staff's estimation on our original review of this, for this project, for the project proposed as it stands, staff agreed that this was the minimum amount of grading that would be required for a project of this scale on this site as originally designed. The applicants have, however, presented a revised proposal which lowers grading below this by changing certain features of the project. Specifically, it steps the floor plan in a way that reduces the amount of fill that's required. But staff was prepared to find that that this amount of grading met the minimization of grading policies. MBAR did have some concerns about the overall site design, including the grading, that did not allow them to approve the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, if there's no other questions, Commissioner, overall.
I have a question. You referred to the road that existed in the 1980s and disappeared sometime after that. I've seen photographs that I think were submitted by the applicant's counsel. I wonder if you'd mind defining what a road is and what it conveys, because it didn't look like what I would normally think of as a road. So,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, street is defined in the ordinance. For our purposes, what we're concerned about is development in this location. Under the current policies that apply, ground disturbance and development is not allowed in an ESH buffer. The applicant presented us with information that there was a historically existing road, presumably one that was previously permitted, or that was built prior to these policies being in effect, and has in essence claimed the right to be able to repair and maintain that road. Staff's observation is that that road appears not, there does appear to have been a road there at one point in time, many years in the past, but that road has not existed continuously to the present day. So for our analysis, the question doesn't turn on whether this is a road meeting a particular definition in the ordinance, but simply whether it involves development that either repairs and maintains an existing structure that's legally there, or whether this is in some fashion new development. And staff's position is that this appears to be new development that insofar as the road hasn't been continuously existing for the entire period.
Thank you. At this point, I'm ready for the applicant's presentation. Mr. Weston.
Good morning, Commissioner Barrick. Is this on? I didn't sound like it was.
I think it is.
Is it on? Yep. Good morning, Commissioners. Excuse me. My name is Derek Weston, and I'm here on behalf of Hank and Michelle Hurst, who are sitting right here in the front row. Their children, Michael and Gregory, are not able to be here today. I appreciate the time you have spent to review the letter that I filed, and so I will try to not repeat everything that's in there. As you know, the house that is before you, which was not approved by the MBAR, I should say that it was turned down without prejudice by the MBAR, which is significant, is already below the size guidelines, significantly below the height guidelines. It is just plain not visible to the surrounding community in any adverse way. The Hearst have made many, many changes to reduce the potential impact of this house, which we'll summarize. And we believe that the house was appropriate and should have been approved, and we will explain why. But the Hearsts throughout this whole process have leaned over backwards to work with the community. They went back to the MBAR time after time, and to be honest, each time they addressed the concerns that they heard and expected that at the next hearing it would be approved, only to have different and new concerns raised. And I can tell you that the Hearsts became very frustrated, but we have stayed with the process because we believe in it. And for that reason, we are still trying to address the concerns we've heard, even though we need guidance from you. So we've given you an alternate proposal, which we think addresses all of the remaining concerns that MBAR has articulated, and I will explain why I say that. Unfortunately, it appears that the neighbors will remain opposed to the project. And in all candor, we believe it's because they are raising objections to the secondary access, which county staff has asked us to discuss. Technically, as I'll explain, it is not before you, but it's important that we talk about it today. A number of the neighbors have told us in all candor that they don't have any objections to even the house we're appealing. Their real concern is the road. And we think it's inappropriate for objections to be raised to a project if they're not legitimate. In effect, the applicant is being held up or blackmailed by a request to give up something that we think they cannot be asked to surrender. Well, the first thing that has been said repeatedly is that the Hearsts are speculators and have been bad neighbors. I think it's unfortunate that that statement is made because, as I'm sure you know, it is completely irrelevant, even if they were speculators. However, it's just plain not so. Hearsts have never built a spec house in their lives. They lived in the house immediately before their Montecito house for 20 years down in the down south. They've lived in the house on Sycamore Canyon Road for I think just under 8 years, and this is their dream house. They expect to be there for a long time. And we've given you letters that I hope staff has passed to you from two of their neighbors. Aris Dimitrios and Eileen Nagel, husband and wife, are one set of neighbors, and Sander and Virginia Van Oker have written very warm, very affectionate letters saying what good stewards the Hearsts have been of their property and what good neighbors they've been, how they've been there to help them when there have been emergencies, how sorry they are going to be to see them leaving the community. So I think it's irrelevant, but in fact, I think they have been good contributing members of the community and good neighbors in their community. The house that they first proposed, as people often do with the dream house, was too big. There's just no question about it. The Montecito BAR expressed concern, the neighbors expressed concern. They have made many, many changes. And if you would, Nicole, be good enough to put up my first exhibit. It's important that the house is on 3.9 acres. To be frank, I'm disturbed that staff even talks about net acreage because it's not relevant under our county planning ordinances, and we don't have statistics on on gross acreage on the other. Net acreage on other houses. So it's just an impossible standard. Now, if the standard is going to change over future years, that's.
And we're currently on item number 3, the Hearst appeal, and continuing with the applicant's presentation.
Hello, Mr. Chair and fellow commissioners. How's that? Like that? Okay. I'm not accustomed to speaking in front of people, but I'll do my best to stumble through and hope I don't step on my tongue too much. My name is Hank Hearst. I am the applicant along with my wife, Michelle. I'm sorry our two sons, Gregory and Michael, could not attend. One's in school and the other is working, so I guess that's probably pretty good, actually. I had prepared some notes to try and help me through it, but Derek said more to speak from the heart and just try and get my point across that way. Although Valentine's Day was last week and I didn't get my wife anything, so she says I don't have a heart, but you know, we'll try and get by that one. I met my wife 37 years ago in Los Angeles. We have been married 31 years. In fact, we came up here and we spent our honeymoon at the Santa Barbara Biltmore. And we just loved Santa Barbara. From time to time, we always came up here to try and get away. It was kind of our weekend getaway. And we said way back then, 31 years ago, that someday we hope to live in Santa Barbara. We just love it here. And we built our home, or it was built for us actually, in Bell Canyon, which is in the west part of the San Fernando Valley, near the Calabasas-Canoga Park area. We lived there for about 20 years, and what happened was my wife had an unfortunate accident in the house. It was a step-down kind of a home, and she fell in the home, and the short story is she broke her carotid artery in her neck. She almost died. Luckily, she didn't, and we're here today. But it brought us to a point that we said that one of those awakening kind of situations that we might never have been here in Santa Barbara where we are dreamed about coming. We said, let's just do it. Let's get up here. And fortunately, we made the move. And we found a place on Sycamore Canyon to move to. Unfortunately, with our haste coming up here and wanting to get here and moving on to Sycamore, we didn't realize that Sycamore Canyon is also Highway 192. And the traffic is just brutal. We came from a quiet street, a quiet neighborhood. And on Sycamore, we have a beautiful home, but you go outside or even inside, even though we've done, there's double pane windows and all that, you still hear the traffic because we are 50 feet close to Sycamore is how the home is aligned. So we realized we had made a mistake, and we wanted to find a property that would be our dream property that we could spend the rest of our life in together and our family would be together. We looked around for many years after we moved to the Sycamore property. We kind of had three criteria that we were looking for. We wanted to get a decent sized parcel. We wanted to make sure it was in a good area, quiet, good neighbors, which I hope we will be good neighbors someday, and that it has ocean view. We were very fortunate. We were blessed to be able to find the property on Park Lane. We went into escrow with the property. We had our requirements seemed to be met, and one other requirement that was a must for us is 2 accesses. And that's maybe a little paranoid from that. We had 2 accesses on Sycamore Canyon. We also had 2 accesses in Bell Canyon. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with Bell Canyon, but you might have seen on the news, it's about 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, there was a devastating fire in that community, the west part of the San Fernando Valley. And homes were ablaze, and many people were able to get out because they had secondary accesses. We had one in Bell Canyon, and call me paranoid or what, that sits in my mind. We were there during another fire where people couldn't get out. So that was part of my requirement. I had it in Bell Canyon, I had it at the Sycamore Canyon home, and I believe I have it at the Park Lane home also. So we come in, we met with, it was like the transportation department. I met them in this building. I had a meeting with them. I talked to them about this access issue, and they confirmed that we do have it, and it's not a problem. The seller has confirmed it also, that it was not a problem. Subsequently, we closed the property, the escrow on it, and we went forward to develop our plans to have our dream home on Park Lane. We still believe it's going to be a dream home, even though it's been kind of a nightmare to get to this point, but I guess nothing becomes easy. And we believe that we keep bending over, trying to accommodate the neighborhood in making it work, because we really want to be there. It's very important for us to be there. And there gets to be a point that I don't know what to do. So hopefully you'll see through the I guess, smoke and mirrors, as I'll call it, because every one of the hearings we went to, I felt like a piñata, honestly. Each one of them come up and they start taking whacks at me and throwing misstatements out there and untruth. And I guess, new to the area, I can't bring everyone from Park Lane in the area and say, come and talk on my behalf. But I think I'm a good person. I know I'm a good person, other than not getting my wife something for Valentine's Day. But I think if you see some letters that our existing neighbor has presented, Eris Dimitri, a well-known sculptor for the area, has done beautiful sculptures for Santa Barbara City College and around the world. Mr. and Mrs. Van Oker, who I believe probably the community knows. I've been there. I've been there for them as a good neighbor. They need help. I'm there for them. I said, call me anytime you need something. I'm there for you. Sandy Van Oker fell down about a year ago. He cut his head open. You know, I'm there to help them. And they know that, and they can rely on me. They have my phone number. I hope, do they have the letters, Derek, that were written? Do you? From the Van Okers? Do you have that? And my neighbor, the Dimitris?
I don't believe we do.
We do not have that. I do not have that.
Okay. Okay, we'll get them for you, and hopefully you'll look at it. But anyways, I believe in America. I believe that we have property rights. I'm trying to work with the neighbors to cooperate, and I hope you'll see through the facts and grant us our dream home, that we may move forward on it, build it, and move in. And I appreciate your time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the first one. I'm Tom Meany, architect for the Hearst, and I'm just here to give you a brief overview of our process and some of the concessions we've made as part of that process. When we first were analyzing the site, what makes it so unusual to me is, you know, it's a large piece of property. It's definitely an estate scale property on Park Lane, which is one of the estate streets in Montecito. And so it's unusually large for the neighborhood. You know, it's very close to 4 acres. It's an incredibly beautiful creek on this side, which is a real asset to the property. And there was this ravine on this side that had, like I say, debris and marijuana and all other sort of assorted oddities to it that we wanted to try to make an asset to the property, especially since we orient so much of the rooms out towards the east with a great morning light, and there's a beautiful view of the mountains out towards the east. We really wanted to do a restoration in here to make it a real asset to the property. We met with our civil engineer originally on site. He felt like this whole section in here was basically built by the Corps of Engineers when the extension of the road went in, because it's very steep, very unnatural, and very even in its slope. And also, down from here on down, you start to see oaks and sycamore, much like you see in here. You see cascading boulders, but in this section right there, as kind of the residue from the construction of the road, you don't have any of that. And so it's always been our intention to take the habitat and beauty of this area and the habitat of beauty that exists on the west side of the property and extend that up into the property here with stacking boulders, oaks, sycamores, to really make this a visual asset to the property, especially since the view in this direction is just so great. It becomes a wonderful foreground element. So that was something we wanted to turn from a negative into a positive. Additionally, there's an existing house on site here, and so there's been some grading that went in with the development of the original house that is not natural, and so as a result there's some definite low areas, especially in through here, where the existing grade, if you see the existing grade lines come in like this and they start cutting way back, where the existing grade was cut down to allow access into their basement garage and through this area. So there's kind of a low depression right here in the property that we've had to deal with. When we were doing our first site analysis, for me, the first pass was to try to get the house as high on the property as possible, because it just makes the view that much nicer. But the big negative of putting the house up through here is very limited privacy from people that walk along Park Lane. And so for the clients, that was an important issue. So we thought, well, how far can we slide the house down the hill and still maintain the views, not quite as dramatic, but more importantly, to give privacy from Park Lane. And so that's how we resulted on in this location right in here, pretty much on top of where the existing house sits. And because it's a sloping lot, of course, we have to provide a fire truck turnaround that doesn't occur on site. And it's pretty much this shape right there. We've got 2 garages, turnaround and guest parking in this area. And once you create a flat area of this size on a sloping lot, I mean, you're starting with a fairly big grading number. It's about 1,500 yards just to create this platform on a sloping lot, and that's just a requirement that we couldn't really get around. So then we tried to look at what other issues we could do in terms of grading. But our original design was right in this area. When going through the wish list of the Hearsts, the original house came out to be almost 12,000 feet. And when we went to MBAR, they just thought that was too aggressive. It was over the FAR allowables. And so that was something we had to rethink. Additionally, the pool was down in this location, right on the center line axis through the central part of the house. It's sort of a formal Italian style in through here, and then as it scatters away from the center part of the house, it becomes more 1- and 2-story elements, much less formal in this section. But the main hierarchy of the development of the house and how it organizes is around this quadrant right here and this center line axis, which is very typical of so many Italian and estates you see in Montecito. And so that was kind of our primary design element. So originally we had the pool down in this direction. As part of our first revision, not only did we take the house down from 11,600 to 8,900, we also moved the pool from this area to that area to be further away from the neighbors. And one of the advantages of having a 4-acre parcel to deal with is that our nearest neighbor is 190 feet away in this direction. The next neighbor is 250 feet away in this direction. And the third closest neighbor is 300 feet away down in this area. So the benefit of having all of this area and these beautiful natural elements to the site, it makes the house very private and gives a lot of room between the buildings. So in terms of landscaping and screening, we have a lot of opportunity for maintaining that. So as part of our first revision, we took the house down from 11,695 to 8,982, which was below the FARs. Could you flip to like one of the elevations, please? We also took the grading down from 4,600 to 3,600, and we showed screening from all the neighbors, which is something we'd filled in. And we developed a plan for the habitat restoration of the ravine on the east. So basically in the first pass going in, this is actually the second version, but we took the ridge down on the main house. But not only did we just take the high points down, every roof on the house, even the roof on the garage, the roof on the 1-story breakfast element that sticks out the backside, we took every roof on the project down. Anywhere from 6 feet 6 inches to, well, actually it was 5 feet 6 in the first proposal, to 1.6 here. The garage came down a few feet. So every roof element in the entire project came down, not just the high ones. And then when we came to our second revision, can you go back to the site plan, please? We said, okay, how can we further reduce our grading? We took it originally from 4,600 to 3,600, and that was the number that originally planning said was okay. But just to take it the next step further, I met with the civil engineer, and we went through the plan inch by inch to see where can we take out additional grading. We eliminated some grading in this area, a little pocket in here. We even took out this little section in there that was grading before, a little bit in through here, and we really aggressively said, how can we take the grading down even further? And additionally, we said if we're to start to make modifications to the house to help reduce that grading number, what can we do about it? Now, initially, we had the motor court and the house and the terrace all at the same level. And a lot of the projects I do, I mean, accessibility is an important issue, especially for clients that want to live in the house for an extended period of time. So we generally try to keep the livable parts of the house on one level. Elevators, which we have in this project, are almost assured, but try to keep the livable part of the house all on one level. And so that was our first approach. And one of the negatives of that was that it was driving up our grading number because of this amount of the property that was cut for the motor court and then our basement. And virtually all of our cut number was because of these two elements. The finished floor of the existing house is actually, of this design, is actually lower than the finished floor of the house that sits out on site. So lifting it really was never been our intention. It's been to push it down the hill, to create buffer from the house to the street so you get visual privacy and to keep separation in here for landscaping and such for privacy as well. So what we did here to make the big changes from the second proposal, which is the one that's being appealed, to the final one, is we lifted the motor court 1.5 feet. And one reason, when I say motor court, I mean all of this. One of the things we were fighting was a big cut number because we're trying to push the house and everything down into the hill. So by lifting this 1.5 feet, it reduced our cut number significantly. Also, it reduced the height of these retaining walls. We kept this part of the house at the same level it was originally, and then we dropped 1.5 feet within the house itself, 3 risers down to the lower section, and then step out right to the terrace. So as a result, The motor court is 1.5 feet higher. This is 1.9 feet lower than it was. So we end up with a 3 foot 4 inch differential between the terrace and the motor court, which before was even. And that was a big compromise we made. Additionally, we dropped the ceiling heights, which reduced our plate even further. And then, like I say, meeting with the civil engineer and really going through the grading and analyzing it where we could cut out additional cut and fill. And one area we have our maximum amount of fill is right there at that very corner. And at that corner we have 6 feet of fill, and that's our highest fill slope. And I personally don't think that's excessive, but the reason why we have 6 feet of fill right there, like I mentioned earlier, this is the portion of the property where they excavated down to get access to the basement garage. And so this is a kind of an unnatural depression right in through here. And what we tried to do is, as we were adding fill to the back downside of the house, is take our existing contour lines and continue them along in the slope in the direction that they were starting to. So if you look through here, the contour lines start out and then they bend back up. They start out and they bend back up. So what we did is we took the line and continued along, took the line, continued along. So when it's finished, we're hoping that this area right now is going to look a lot more natural than what's currently exists. And it's just a matter of taking these contour lines and just letting them feather back down where they meet the house. And because of that, at that one point, as we're taking that existing contour line and straightening it out, we end up with an anomaly where we've got 6 feet of fill at that point. And the fill is not to raise the house, it's to try to recreate a more natural profile through here and eliminate the depression that was caused by the excavation to access the existing basement garage. Additionally, by letting the grades feather out in this direction, our retaining wall across the bottom of the terrace is only 2 feet high. And so for me, there's really not a question of height of retaining walls or unnatural, unnecessary grading. I think if anything, this is going to create a more natural profile of this hill than what it currently exists. And so going through here and additionally reducing our grading numbers even above and beyond that was conceptually approved by planning before, it's just another thing we've tried to do to try to soften this project as much as possible and make it workable. And then we took the square footage. Before we were at 8982, which was below the FARs, and we compressed it additionally to 8191 just by basically taking in every wall in the house, a foot basically, and just compressing all of it to reduce our square footage. We also reduced our basement from 3268 to 2923. Like I say, the grading went from originally 4600 to 3600, and this scheme right here is 2650. And I can test, when you're looking at a 4-acre piece of property, 2,600 cubic yards, you can't get much lower than that because so much of our grading is basement and the cut for the motor court and the fire truck turnaround. We also reduced our graded area by 20,000 feet, and that's basically the surface area of the lot that is now non-impacted compared to what we had originally. So all of this in through here, which you originally were grading, is now not graded. So the undisturbed area is now increased by 20,000 feet. Like I said, the stepping down of the motor court was a concession. I think design-wise it's not the first choice, but it was basically in response to our grading numbers. I mean, the easiest way for us to reduce the number of cut is to start lifting this or lifting the house. But we're wanting to try to keep it down as low as possible for the visual privacy along Park Lane. So just the fact that we're trying to nestle into the hill, we have a fairly large cut number. And then we're just trying to minimize our fill in this area to create something that looks more natural. Additionally, the way the building height was calculated out, because we have that low area right in through here, the highest ridge we have in the building occurs at this corner right there. And the only reason we get a number that is as high as it is because it's being measured down to that area that's been excavated for access to the basement, which I think is quite a bit lower than the existing grade historically. And if you were to take these contour lines and just bend them in a more natural form, I mean, existing grade was probably 4 or 5 feet higher at this point than the way we were measuring it. But the fact that this was cut out to create access to the basement, we're getting an unusually high building height calculation at that point right there. So like I say, we've made numerous concessions. This is the 6th version of the plan that we've had. In some areas we've gone above and beyond the call of duty, like for reducing our grading, taking the building down lower, moving the pool from here to here. But we've been trying to be receptive to the guidance that's come from MBAR, comments from the neighbors, and still giving the Hearsts a house that they'll be very happy with, even though, like I say, we've taken it down quite a bit and we made several compromises. But I still think that it's a house that's going to be an asset to the neighborhood will not be visible from the neighbors. It's completely compatible with the topography. The grading numbers are adequate, and I think in terms of size, bulk, and scale, it definitely fits in with the neighborhood. Any questions?
I have two. There's no access between the upper access and the lower access that are shown on your plans. Is that correct?
Not vehicular,
Right.
no.
Just the walking access.
Right. Mhm.
Could you show the elevation of the lower of the guest house? Do you have that here?
It's not in there? I think it's on the next sheet. There it is. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's not in there.
It's on the plans. I'll take a look at them later. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Mark De La Garza. I'm the owner and president of Watershed Environmental, and I was hired by the Hearst to do a biological assessment. Relatively recently, I wasn't involved in any of the previous project revisions, so my assessment was on the most current revised plan. But the focus of my study was really the undeveloped areas of the property. So, as you can tell, most of this property, this is not a laser pen, most of this property is developed, and it is? Okay, there we go. So most of this property is developed, and really what I was focusing most of my study on was the undeveloped portions of the property, which I'm outlining here, this is a tributary of Buena Vista Creek, and the associated 100-foot buffer zone, which roughly corresponds to this line in here. And then this undeveloped portion of the property out here, which is has some coastal sage scrub vegetation in it. We really didn't spend that much time in this area since it's already developed and landscaped. Mr. Hearst did hire an arborist, Bill Spiewak, to look at his project effects on oak trees per the Montecito County guidelines, and we did incorporate that into our biological assessment report as a technical appendice. One of the big questions that had been asked of us was to investigate whether or not there was an existing dirt access road from off of Buena Vista Lane here. And in order to determine whether there was a road there or not, we went back and took a look at some historic aerial photos, and I brought some copies of those photos with me here. They're also presented in the report that I prepared. And I have some photos from 1980, 1983, and then most recently 1995, and all of them clearly show that there was in fact an access road that is there today and was there in each of those photographs. It appears that it was gravel. And even the older USGS topographic maps that we looked at show an access road, a road that's going through this area, and that's maps created by the U.S. Geological Survey. So I'd be happy to put these maps up on an overhead, the aerial photos, if it would help you understand or visualize this.
Okay. Commissioner Phillips?
Mr. Chair, thank you. The aerial will show you that there was something there, but you don't really know if it was a road or an easement or a path or what.
Well, it's pretty clear that it's wide enough to be a road, and it's got white material on it indicating it's probably gravel. Yeah, I think it would be helpful to put these photographs up here.
So you get a sense of the width?
Oh yeah.
Is that,
yeah. These are photographs, and what we're able to do in my business is we can take these and scan them, and then we can geo-reference them to the county's parcel database layer. We have programs that allow us to do that, so we actually can make a map that is geo-referenced, and it has a coordinate system placed to it, and we can scale the drawings at whatever scale we want. So,
why don't you go ahead and...
So the figures that are in my report are actually scale drawings, much like an architectural drawing. It's not too good. We could slide it up, which might be down in your case. Yeah. Yeah, so here's where the road ends, roughly, and here's where the existing gravel road continues. And you can see there's clearly a white surface here, which is I have to assume is gravel, since there's gravel there now. It was probably gravel back when this photo was taken in 1996. I have similar photographs that go all the way back to 1980 that show pretty clearly that there was a road. Here's this one is pretty clear. It's 1983. Doesn't show up so well here. But at that time, the property had a large avocado orchards. There was no pool, and Buena Vista Lane came up through here, and there was actually a road that came up along the side of the avocado orchards, and there's actually two parallel roads that came up through here. So it was pretty clear to us that the road has existed over time. There's a slight cut or a bench along the side of the road that's about maybe a foot tall, where you can see where when the road was created, heavy equipment was used to make it. And as I said before, even the USGS topographic maps show a road there, and that's in my report. So the focus of our study was on these undeveloped areas, and what we look at is what is the net change? What effect will the proposed project have on that ESH buffer zone? And as I'd said before, right now there's an asphalt driveway that comes off of Park Lane and gives access to the house, and much of that driveway is actually in the ESH buffer zone. So we look at what is the existing land cover and land use within the ESH buffer zone, and how will that change when the project is put forward. And the net effect is actually positive, because approximately 1,400 feet of asphalt are removed from that ESH buffer zone, because the driveway will be realigned. Right now the driveway comes down and curves down pretty lowly in the property and cuts through this buffer zone. The new driveway will come down this way. So all of this driveway will be removed and landscaped or covered with a permeable surface, a gravel road. So that's actually a net effect from a hydrologic standpoint and from a water quality standpoint. The other positive effects were really the installation of some landscaping where there currently is no landscaping and bare ground. So we also looked at the other side of the property where the sage scrub is, and we see a very high potential for restoration there. There are some native plants there. There's also a pretty intense number of invasive plants, things like German ivy, English ivy, periwinkle, nasturtium, things that are common in the Montecito riparian areas and common in undeveloped portions, but that are non-native. They're considered to be invasive exotic species. And so part of our recommendations is that they landscape that area, remove all the non-native exotics at least once a year, and landscape it using native coastal sage scrub and chaparral vegetation. And Mr. Hurst has agreed to do that as an applicant proposed mitigation measure. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Phillips.
You couldn't point out those marijuana plants, could you?
Sorry, they're gone.
Any questions? Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Can I keep those?
Mr.
Chair
Weston.
Berg. So that really completes our presentation. The two letters that we have emailed to staff I thought would be printed out. I am not going to read them to you, but I'll give you copies and I hope you look at them. One of them from Aris Dimitrios and the other from Virginia and Sander Van Oker, both speaking very warmly about the Hursts as neighbors and custodians of the land.
These are existing neighbors in their
Correct, at Sycamore
their
Canyon.
Sycamore Canyon address.
I realize that I neglected to say something important in my first presentation. It's brief, which is that the Hursts have offered that they will not use Buena Vista Road for any construction access during the entire building. As a matter of fact, they've offered they won't use it at all until the house is completely done. So the only issue, one that's not before you today, but the only issue is their desire to have it as long-term access. I think the fact that the Hursts were willing to step down the house is really a large concession, because Michelle was so seriously hurt falling on a step in their existing house. That was one of the reasons they wanted a one-level house. So they really have leaned over backwards to accommodate the concerns of the MBR and the neighbors. And the last thing is that Katie O'Reilly Rogers is here, the landscape architect. I do not think you need to hear a presentation from her, but if you have any questions about the landscaping, she'd be very happy to answer them. And thank you for your patience.
Just 1 second.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Phillips. Excuse me,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Weston, the road, Buena Vista access is important to your client, and it's important for us and for MBAR. It's going to be very difficult for us to determine, I would think, what that is. Is your client making any effort to have a determination made? Is there a way
Yes,
timing on that? or-
I think I understand your question. First of all, the issue is not before you. And I was not going to bring it up, but staff asked us to discuss it, and I think it is healthy that we did so. We have filed Mr. De La Garza's report, and staff will take the appropriate time to look at it. This is something we feel strongly about, so we'll pursue it until it's resolved. But if it's ultimately determined by the board, either that there isn't an easement, that I don't think can happen, or that there's an environmental problem, then we won't use the road. What we are hoping you will do today is answer MBAR's question, which is, if it is legal, and if it doesn't violate environmental policies, should the board, or does the board have authority to ask it to be vacated? We think it does not. What the MBAR said is, the neighbors all want us to ask the Hearst to give up the access. And we can't decide that. Only the Planning Commission to decide it. So we'll deny this without prejudice, and we'll see what they say. So I think it would help them to have guidance. I noticed that Tony Spann is here, so he may want to address it. I think they would appreciate any guidance you want to give them. I do not think you should either say it is or isn't a road, because I don't think staff is done. But I think it would be helpful if you would say, if it's legal and there's not an environmental problem, I would hope you would say that you don't have authority to require it be abandoned. Has that answered your question?
Yes. This also impacts the definition of neighborhood in a way. Doesn't it seem possible that Buena Vista would be your neighborhood if you're using it as access, and not your neighborhood if you're not using it? Or is that too far afield? But
I think there are two answers. If it were our primary access, I think that would be a better argument.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not how I would answer it. I think that neighborhood should be defined by visual appearance and how the neighborhood lives. I think it should be defined by which homes are impacted by this particular residence. And I think that it is, to the extent it's visible at all, it is affected by the Park Lane neighborhood. I think that just having a secondary access, I mean, how often do you use the guest house? I would think, a handful of trips a week on average will be coming up the road. If there are 20 homes there now, there are 200 trips. If there's 5 more a week, I mean, is that really material? I don't think that should redefine the neighborhood. But of course, as I said in my presentation, we think it's compatible even with the Buena Vista neighborhood. There's one house that's bigger, or if you combine it all, I think it's very hard to justify a finding of incompatibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Overall, question for...
Actually, this would be directed to Mr. Meany. You indicated that there were revisions made at different times, and as I look at the background, there were 6 appearances before the MBAR. Can you tell us what dates those revisions took place? I know it's in here, but I don't want to take time to try and read it and listen at the same time.
Yeah, it would be hard for me to pull that out. The latest revision, the one that we're talking about today, was done in January. That was the one that has not been seen by MBAR, and staff has just seen it a few days ago. Right, so after we got this denial, we said, okay, now what do we do? And we went ahead and just scratched our heads and said, what can we do to reduce our grading, reduce the impacts, reduce the square footage? How far can we go with this thing and still be comfortable with the house? And so that happened after this. Like I said, it happened pretty much in the beginning of January.
I understand that. I was concerned about the earlier revisions, but I'll look it up at another time. Thanks.
What is on that slide?
Those are the dates.
I know that the dates.
Oh, they're up there. February 22nd, March 20, July 24, October 9.
I realized the dates. I was asking for when the revisions were made, but that's...
Got it. All right. Okay, the applicant's presentation being finished. At this point, would staff like to comment on the applicant's presentation, or should we wait until we've heard the public
Mr.
testimony.
Chair, staff would be happy to address a couple of points, and I think several should be for clarification. First, Mr. Weston made a very good point about the lot area, and I want to clarify any confusion there. Staff presented net lot area figures in an effort to clarify an error in the staff report. Staff had believed that the assessor's parcel information we had was in fact a statement of gross lot area, and that's what we wrote in the staff report and understood at the time of the staff report. More recently, we learned from Mr. Weston that in fact the assessor's parcel was not the same as the legal lot, and so we tried to correct that and present you with both figures as a point of comparison. But Mr. Weston is correct, and as far as we understand, based on the deed, that the gross lot area is the 3.9 acres. So you have all of that information in front of you in an effort to clarify that. With respect to the eastern drainage and the ESH there, the sensitive habitat, the first proposal that came in proposed a lot of grading in that location, and staff was not comfortable with that. It wasn't proposed as part of a restoration plan per se, prepared by a biologist. In principle, staff would have no objection to a true restoration plan prepared by a biologist and reviewed by the county biologist to clean up that drainage, but it would have to be done as a condition of approval and with thorough review by the county biologist. A further clarification on FAR rules versus neighborhood compatibility and the contention that there might be changing standards. This is something we want to clarify. The standards have been the same for a long time. The FAR rules involve looking at the square footage of the single-family residence itself and those portions of the residence as defined in the MBR guidelines. There's a separate standard and a separate review that your commission is tasked with conducting, one of neighborhood compatibility. And the neighborhood compatibility review involves looking at all the structures on the parcel. That's distinct from the FAR evaluation. So both of those things are standards that this project has to meet, and there might be some confusion between the two. But at no time are we suggesting that accessory structures should be considered as part of the floor area ratio analysis. Then finally, on the secondary access from Buena Vista, staff wants to be clear that what is before the commission today and what you're evaluating is two things: proposed development within an ESH buffer area and development that occurred without a permit, unpermitted development in that area. The question of the vacation of what staff understands to be a county-owned street, Buena Vista, is not at issue. It's not before you. The only question is whether development can occur on the subject parcel within the ESH buffer. And that question on staff's analysis, and perhaps on Mr. Weston's as well, hinges on the question of whether there is an existing road there or not. If there is an existing road that's existed continuously to the present day, then the applicant may be entitled to maintain that road and maintain that access. If, on the other hand, as we believe, staff believes on its analysis, the road has not continuously existed and in fact was allowed to revert back to a natural state and become sensitive habitat again. It is now sensitive habitat. It's within this buffer area, and the policies that the Montecito Community Plan contains that apply to ESH buffers prohibit development within buffer areas. They prohibit ground disturbance of any kind. So applying that rule, new development, placement of gravel or other improvements to a driveway there would not be consistent with policy. And that's staff's analysis of the situation. It hinges on the question of the historic use and its continuous use to today. It's about development on this parcel. We're not addressing access at this point per se. We're addressing the consistency of development in that location on this parcel. And it's critical for the third finding that the commission has to make with request to this proposal, the question of whether there's an outstanding zoning violation or not. The commission can't approve the project if there is a violation. The violation has to be resolved as part of this permit package.
turned it off, not on. You used the word may. May meaning we may decide, this commission may decide, subject after, because that issue is not resolved, and we don't really have that information in front of us, so we're not going to make that determination today based on the testimony we have in front of us. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, you would have to determine whether you had enough information to make the findings, and if not, what information you would need to make that finding. One way in which these kinds of violation situations are often addressed is through a permit condition that requires the restoration of a disturbed area. So a project can be approved, but subject to a restoration plan that proposes a way to restore an area to its prior state.
Please.
May I?
Commissioner Burrows.
It's not clear to me if the county has made a legal determination as to the validity of the secondary access. Has there been a legal determination on that? Has the county made a legal determination on the validity of the secondary access? Has that been made?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, the county has not made a legal determination on the question of secondary access. We're not really reviewing access in that location per se. What we're looking at, what staff looks at when a proposal like this comes in, is the development that's proposed or has been undertaken on this parcel. And we look at that for consistency with the applicable policies and zoning standards. So we are not squarely addressing the question of whether access is allowed here. We do know as a factual matter that Buena Vista is a public street and that it runs up to this subject parcel, but we have no opinion with respect to whether access is legal here or not. We have no reason to believe it isn't. However, development in this particular location on this parcel in this buffer area would seem to be, on staff's analysis, inconsistent with the ESH buffer policies.
Commissioner Overall.
I want to verify a discussion we had a little earlier that we do not have in front of us the statistics related to total development on adjacent parcels and in the general area. Is that correct?
That's correct. We've not provided you, Commissioner Overall, with that data today.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner, overall, the data that we get from the assessor's office is sometimes limited. We take what we can there and present it to the commission to inform your decision. We unfortunately don't have, at the present time, infinite detail with respect to information in Montecito and other parts of the county. A project is underway to collate what data we have for future projects, but I'm not sure that we have data through the assessor's office with complete accessory structure information for adjacent parcels.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council, Mr. Imhoff, you, although there has not been a legal determination made as to the access on Buena Vista, you have made a determination that whatever this is, it has been sufficiently abandoned so that the environmental buffer area now reverts back to a protected area. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, all that staff can say as a factual matter in looking at the information we have is that this road does appear on some early photographs as late as the 1996 photograph that Mr. De La Garza showed you, but in later photographs, and Ms. Mayshore can speak to this more, she's done the research here, but on a 1998 photograph and on the 2004 aerial photograph that we have as part of the slide presentation, there is not a continuous road through there. It appears on certain other photos, like photos on the ground, that the area was green, that there was grass growing there, and that it had reverted to a natural state. It hadn't been maintained as a road. But that our information is that conclusion is based on those historic aerial photographs and the photo that you see in front of you today showing the change in state that occurred in the last year.
And therefore, that precludes use of that as a vehicular use.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Phillips, yes, their development in ESH buffers isn't allowed. If this is a new road, that would involve new development and would appear to be inconsistent with the Montecito Community Plan buffer protection policies.
Yeah. I don't want to spend too much more time on this because I think we'll get into it from the opponent's side. But as I understand it, this access issue is really not in front of us today, other than the disturbance to the existing disturbance from the previous grading. From staff's perspective, that's the issue that's in front of us, is it not?
And Mr. Chair, just to clarify, the applicant has submitted a biological report, and that's something that Ms. Mishore indicated we had not had time to review in any detail. So I don't think we can make a final recommendation to you today about
that issue.
the use of that roadway area over time and whether it's reverted back to ESH habitat, because we haven't had time to fully absorb that report. But that was our conclusion coming into the hearing when we prepared the staff report and before we had gotten that additional information. And I don't know how that may or may not change our
I'm just
opinion
trying
and
to
advice.
look at the applicants, how they frame the issue, which is this access isn't, we'd prefer it not be in front of you, other than if you're going to tell us that you can take it away as a trade-off for your analysis of neighborhood compatibility. Because I've said, if I understood them correctly, we're pulling this out of that's not part of the application. We're not asking you to approve it. But if you're going to tell us we can't have it, that's how I understood it was framed. And maybe
The
I'm
sole
incorrect.
question that's related to the access that's before you, as I understand it, is the question of whether development in the form of road base or placement of material is permissible in that location on this parcel consistent with the policies. But the broader question of whether access is allowed here is not, strictly speaking, before you. It may be a consequence of the Montecito Community Plan buffer policies that, in effect, access precisely through this location isn't possible if it runs through an ESH buffer. That may be the net effect, but the question of access per se is not in front of you.
Okay. It's complicated.
I do have one more question, just for clarification. If the county determined that this is a legal access, then the material which the applicant put on the road would not be unpermitted development. Is that true?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, I think that maybe we're confusing two concepts here. One is, does the applicant have the legal right to use essentially, what road is that? Buena Vista, sorry, my mind just went blank. Buena Vista to access their site. So do they have the legal ability to use that? And I don't believe we have any reason to doubt that they have that legal right. So that's one issue. The second issue is, can they develop that extension? Have they already developed it, and do they have the right to maintain that? Did they develop it at some earlier point and it reverted back to ESH? And that's the issue we haven't quite been able to come to terms with, given the submittal of that biological report that we got a couple days ago. But as far as the legal right to use Bella Vista, or Buena Vista, I don't think there's, it's not really a question. It's not something we've looked at. It's not something we would typically look at. I think we would accept that they do. Nobody's asserted that they don't, that I understand.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, perhaps I can add another illustration to this. There might be a parcel with 3 roads on 3 sides of the parcel, to which the owner has a legal right to use. That's a separate question from whether or not they can develop at every point along those 3 roads.
Yeah. Thank you much. So if everyone will indulge me, I think it's time to move forward to the public comment portion. So I'd like to open the public comment period, and I assume we probably have some speaker slips here. So opening the public comment period, I'm going to start with Arnold Bello. Looks like our first speaker, unless...
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, please.
if it would make sense, I'm representing most of the neighbors. I don't represent Mr.
I
don't-
didn't
Mr. Bello,
realize there
but,
was somebody representing the group.
There are others, I think, who individually may want to speak, but it might make more sense for me to start, and then that way, if
I would
if
prefer
I
it.
say something that the neighbors wanted to say, I will have already said it, and they may be able to say, what he said.
I didn't realize. Please do. I think
Mr.
that will speed the process to have you
Mr.
present.
Chair, any efficiency we can help you with on this. Chip Wolbrandt, Price Postell and Parma, and Nicole, could you you have it up already. This is the neighborhood area. We represent all of the houses and homeowners shown here at the end of Buena Vista Road. I'm gonna try to quickly first go through the road issue, because that seems to be one that your commission is bogging down a bit in, and one where I think I may be able to help why that issue is before you. As staff, I think, has tried to explain, the reason the issue is before you currently is because the property owner actually has done some development within an environmentally sensitive habitat area on the property. If there weren't an application before you, the county's response to somebody doing development in an environmentally sensitive habitat area would be to determine there was a zoning violation that occurred. Because there's an application before you, the staff's response to development in an environmentally sensitive habitat area is to condition the proposed application to fix what they've done. And so in this case, again, the habitat area is here. The work that they've done actually isn't even in this area, and I'll talk a bit about this area in a minute, but it's actually outside of any easement, road, whatever you want to call this thing. It's on their property, and they did work here in this area. You saw some pictures Nicole provided to you earlier. Those were taken, as I understand, the end of September. I don't think there was a magic rainfall that day that caused the grass to pop up. There was a grassy area, and it had not been used for any purpose for quite a while. One of my clients is Mrs. De Benedictis. Mrs. De Benedictis lives in this house right here and has for many decades. Mrs. De Benedictis' mother used to live in this house here. And if I could just quickly show a couple of additional photos, and Nicole, I don't have these on the PowerPoint, but I think they will be helpful in answering why there is such a wide variety of information being provided to you. This is actually Mrs. De Benedictis' gate, and this is at the south end of her property. This is not the gate at the north end of the property that you've already seen. Mrs. De Benedictis has had that gate in that location since at least 1978. I think that she actually had it there earlier than that. She could tell you much history, and I don't think your commission has enough time to hear all of the history of the area. But only Mrs. De Benedictis and her family have gone through that gate since at least 1978. And the evidence to that, and we have a transcribed version of this, but Nicole, if I can put this up. I'm sorry, it is old, but in the 1970s, those of you who have been here for a while will remember that Mountain Drive didn't have a way to get through the San Ysidro Ranch. And there were many ways looked at to get Mountain Drive through the San Ysidro Ranch, and the San Ysidro Ranch owners were very opposed to Mountain Drive going through San Ysidro Ranch. And so one of the possible ways that Mountain Drive might have gone through up to that area was on an extension of Buena Vista. And I'm going to show you also a couple of the potential extensions of Buena Vista. But what that was showing is that in 1978, the county told Mrs. De Benedictis, we don't know what else to do, but we'll give you an encroachment permit for you to have your gate here at the end of the road. And so no one has gone through since at least 1978, again, other than Mrs. De Benedictis. Those aerial photos that you saw, as I understand from Mrs. De Benedictis, when her mother lived in the house above her, Mrs. de Benedictis put in some avocado orchards. She would go back and forth between her house and her mother's house through the avocado orchard, and that was the use there. So there has never, ever been a county road developed beyond that gate. There is a county road right-of-way, but again, no county development of a road within that right-of-way. We believe, and we've actually provided this information to the county, that for the Hearst to actually develop a road, they would either need to get the county to develop a public road in the county road right-of-way, or they would have to get an encroachment permit, and that the encroachment permit would have to be for a public purpose, because this is a public as opposed to a private easement. There is no private easement for the Hearst property to access through Mrs. de Benedictis's property. And so we think that it is fairly clear from a legal standpoint that they do not currently have access, that they would need to take additional steps to try and acquire access, and we don't think that they can, and we will, on behalf of those property owners, oppose those additional steps. But what you have physically in front of you is that despite all those facts, and despite the fact that about a year ago, when this project was in its first couple of reviews at the MBAR, they said that they didn't plan to use that access. In October, right before, or within I think about 2 weeks of a site visit, they had somebody come out with a little Bobcat tractor and a load of gravel, and they put a load of gravel in the area between Mrs. de Benedictis's northerly gate and an area higher up on their property. They also have subsequently had their pool guy come to Mrs. de Benedictis's gate and try and start using that access as their pool access. And they've also now parked a construction trailer down in that area. So there are activities that have been occurring. I hope that perhaps today is an opportunity for us to have nice, lovely talks with Mr. Hearst. I got my wife a Valentine's Day present. I can suggest things to him. But we've not had that opportunity. And I don't want to go through a tit for tat to all of Mr. Weston's representations, but as recently as February the 2nd, we actually had a meeting scheduled with Mr. Hearst and Mr. Palladini, who is one of my clients, who has been the spokesperson for the neighborhood. The reason that we were going to do it on that date is because Mr. Palladini was then going on an extended trip. He is actually out of the country for a month right now. He couldn't meet after February the 2nd. We made great efforts to have that meeting, and were told the day before that Mr. Hearst was unwilling to discuss the access issue, and so there was no point in having the meeting. So again, we'd love to have meetings if we can have them about something valuable, and I suspect, again, you may send this project somewhere where we have those discussions at some point. But we think as to the gate issue, the gate is there. They don't have a right to go through it. We don't plan to give them a right to go through it. As to the stuff that they did in the environmentally sensitive habitat area, they did it. It was done at some point where the county has photos showing before and showing after, and after is different than before, and one needs to have a permit to develop in that area. So again, if you deny the project, then there's a zoning violation they need to fix. If you approve the project in some form, there's mitigation they need to do for the impacts they provide. We think that actually fits in well with any project that ends up going on this site, because any project that ends up going on this site, we think does need to provide some screening, particularly to the southwest corner, which you've heard about. And that area above Mrs. de Benedictis's northerly gate is a logical place for some screening. The screening would have the dual purpose of helping mitigate the impacts that they have created in the environmentally sensitive habitat area. So that's something we would urge as we get down the line. I'm going to go back to the neighborhood compatibility issue, because despite what you heard earlier, this isn't just concern about access that is cloaked itself in a neighborhood compatibility.
Mr. Wilbrant, just because we've worked on this
Sure.
issue of access, I'd just like to ask.
Happy to answer any questions.
Might as well get into it right now while it's in front of us. If I understood your comments correctly, although this is a public right-of-way, the county granted I can't remember what you called it for the gate, an encroachment easement, meaning that the landowner, Mrs. Benedictis, has the right to block use of that public right-of-way.
That is correct.
And that is not subject to, currently it's not subject to any outside use.
It has not been subject to any outside use since 1978.
Could it be? Can it be used by the public?
We believe, and again, county
I
council.
mean, under the terms of
county
this.
council may. I would urge county council to research this and give you their full opinion.
Right.
We believe that the county could withdraw that encroachment permit if it were going to open Buena Vista for public use, and if it were going to develop Buena Vista for public use. And if you recall, I showed you all of our clients. Right. They all sort of center around a crossing of Buena Vista Creek. The county has historically, and not a big surprise, doesn't like doing stuff on the other side of the creek. And so the county has never done any of the roadway improvements or maintenance on the other side of the creek. Those have all been done as a private matter with agreements between the neighbors on that side of the creek. We don't have any such private agreement with the Hearst. There's no grant of private easement for them to get across. So we believe that the only way the Hearst could actually utilize the county's road right-of-way is if the county were to improve it as a public roadway. And we've not heard any indication that the county has any intent to take some private driveways.
Right.
And
I think
them.
I understand. You're suggesting it's a matter of law and not really, so it's not really in front of us today. But
I'm suggesting what's in front of you today is, again, the thing which, if you deny this application, is a zoning violation.
Right.
If you approve some form of the application, is a need to mitigate the impacts that have occurred on their private property within the, and again, it is a mapped within the Montecito Community Plan environmentally sensitive habitat area. And so you have very clear standards for what can and cannot occur in an environmentally sensitive habitat area. I would also suggest you might have some flexibility and might exercise the flexibility within the environmentally sensitive habitat area for primary access. As Mr. Allen said, you can have a circumstance where a property has access on 3 roads, and that doesn't mean you get to access all 3. You get to have a primary access on one of them. And so I think if that were the question, and actually it is in part the question here, because this property, to get its primary access, also has to go through that environmentally sensitive habitat area to get to Park Lane. I think that again, that's in front of you, and I think that the issue of either, if you deny this project, having enforcement of the zoning violation, or if you approve a version of the project, having some mitigation, which I would urge. Some nice oak trees would be lovely there, and this project is proposing to impact a number of oak trees. I think those are both things which are definitely in front of your commission, and I would urge you to confirm that with your staff.
thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem, Mr. Commissioner. I would appreciate if at least we all leave with a common understanding of what we have disagreements about today. If I can add another exhibit, Nicole, that may help both this issue and also respond to, you had some questions about the square footage and neighborhood compatibility. This is, again, the same houses in the same neighborhood. There was a suggestion that for certain purposes, you should think about this property as being a Buena Vista property. For other purposes, you should use Park Lane as its neighborhood. These are the immediately adjacent neighbors on Buena Vista. And I believe, and unfortunately my consulting architect had to leave, I believe that these are the total square footages. I'm not positive about that because, again, he's not here. But these are what he would use for square footages on my client's properties. And so you can see the properties that are adjacent to this, the house sizes, 3,724 square feet, and I know they don't have a basement with a big screening room and a wine tasting room and a bathroom and the other things that have been proposed. 3,468 square feet. Mrs. De Benedictis is 2,570 square feet. There is a newer, slightly larger house here, 5,430 square feet, 4,000, 5,671, and 46. And my understanding is, again, these are all in numbers, so these would be comparable to the 14,000-ish square foot number that you're talking about as an all-in number here for neighborhood compatibility. I think this exhibit is also helpful for you for some historic perspective. I mentioned that Buena Vista had some various potential places it could go. Buena Vista was originally supposed to go over here, and it was going to come up and it was going to, again, meet a road up here that was the extension of Mountain Drive that never got put through. Instead, when Park Lane went through, this was abandoned and Buena Vista was moved over here to access these properties. The Hearst property has always accessed here off of Park Lane, and that is its primary access. That's where the property was developed to access. Going and assuming that Park Lane is the neighborhood. And again, our concern is, as to the Buena Vista neighbors, we're going to be looking up at this property and looking immediately up at the property. But if you do go a little farther out, you look at Park Lane, these are the 7 houses which are closest on Park Lane to the Hearst property. And as you can see, you got a little over 3,000 square feet. You do have one that's 6522, one that's 5232, 3,200-ish square feet, 3342. There is one that's 7250, 2723, 2291 square feet. So the houses in this area of Park Lane are also substantially lower. Mr. Weston did pull out this big one and show it to you, 13,000 something square feet. My understanding is that that's a house that actually started as 2 houses. It was 2 adjacent properties, and the guy bought both properties and essentially combined them as a big house. I only know that anecdotally, though. But again, in the immediate neighborhood, the average is 4,209 square feet. So this, if you just do the house size at nearly 9,000 square feet, this is a very large house. I would also note that again, the basement that is proposed for this house isn't proposed as you would normally see as storage and other typical basement uses. The basement has livable uses intended for it. It is a first story to a structure. It's a screening room, a wine tasting room, a bathroom, and some other habitable area. So it seems to me that what went wrong with this property, and I think something went very much wrong, and I was interested to hear Mr. Hurst's characterization of what he was looking for when he went and looked for a lot. He was looking for a lot that he could have a large flat house with a flat floor, and a lot that could have ocean views. This is a sloping lot, is a substantially sloping lot. It does have the ocean view part. What ended up happening, though, is they proposed a large Palladium-style house. Palladium-style houses don't have breaks in the floor. The Montecito guidelines would urge you to have houses follow the slope of the land. And in fact, Nicole mentioned one of the bases for finding that there is too much grading is if grading is being used to essentially hide portions of a structure. One of my challenges here today was figuring out which of the various versions of the plan to talk about. I did ask, again, our architect to look at the most recent one, because we actually think that this is finally heading the right direction. And so we did a cross-section through the site of the most recent version. And you heard from the project architect that one of the big problems in their siding of this house is the southwest corner, which is this corner of the house. It actually is one of the big problems for the neighbors because that's the part of the house they will look at. But one of the things he didn't mention, he told you that that portion of the property had been scraped away in order to provide access to the existing garage, which is underneath the existing house. Interestingly, this property was originally looked at by the county as being a hillside ridgeline property, and we had some significant discussion through those 6 MBAR meetings about whether it is or isn't a hillside ridgeline property. If it were a hillside ridgeline property, you absolutely could not build this house. The height standards are much lower, the grading standards are much lower. There are a number of other things that would preclude this house from being built. They were able to find a place on the lot where the drop in 100 feet, which is the standard, is it's hillside ridgeline if the drop is 16 feet or more within 100. As Nicole told you earlier, on this lot, the drop is 15.7 feet in 100. It's actually 15.7 feet in 100 because that grading occurred for the existing house. If the grading hadn't occurred for the existing house, and if you weren't measuring from a built pad, the drop would be likely 16 feet in 100, and you'd have a different proposal before you. So I would urge you, there is a big problem, and it's a problem with the style of house that has been proposed for this lot. Again, we think that it is getting better. We think that what would be much better is if they proposed a house that followed the existing topography, rather than, as you can see, even in the current proposal, the house has some drop to it, but the roof still stays level, and it's because the second floor of the house, the floor, still stays at one level. But what's happening with this house is, and again, this is the current version. The earlier version had a bigger problem, but this is the basement. And what they need to do to get the basement all the way under the ground is bring up the grades. And so what's happening here, that's 8 feet. From natural grade to the top of this wall, which is also the terrace in front of the house, is 8 feet. In the earlier version, this corner of the house and this side of the house, and as I understand, most of the front of the house, were actually above the ground. And when one measured from what's been called natural grade, and this is why there was some question about the height number that the Montecito Association used, when you measured from that point without including this area that is built up to cover the basement, you end up with a very, very tall house. The house now, as proposed, as I understand, is 31 feet. And I could feel some sympathy for Mr. Hurst. I think that it may be a confusing process, but I suspect actually it's one he understands, his architect understands, his attorney understands. But they did represent that they have dropped the house height, and I think it was a total of 6.5 feet. Now, if the house is currently 31 feet and they've dropped it 6.5 feet, then it started at 37.5 feet, which again is actually higher than you're allowed to have, even if this is not a hillside ridgeline parcel. So this has always been a house that has been pushing the envelope. And again, the neighbors have been concerned about this house always pushing the envelope. It is not compatible with the neighborhood on a size basis. We think it is not compatible with the neighborhood on a height basis, and we think it's not compatible with the lot. And we think those are all problems that the MBAR had initially, and then because this went through so many reviews, as is the case with MBAR review, if you show due diligence and make changes, the MBAR, I must say to its credit, will work with applicants. And I must say your staff, to its credit, will work with applicants, and your board, I've found, will work with applicants if they show some diligence. But the problem here again is it's still a Palladium style house chasing a very much sloping lot. Where does this bring me to? I think that we have some suggestions from the neighbors. We are concerned about this being a full 3-story house. We think that they could instead step it down the site, probably get all the uses they want in the house, but in a house that fits this site. We also think that there's going to be a need for screening because, and I would say the neighbors have mostly accepted that this is probably not going to be a 3,500 square foot house or a 4,200 square foot house as they all live in. It'll probably be somewhat larger, but in that case there will be a need for screening. We think that that addresses the other problem that is before you, which is the fact that they have done work that's not allowed within the environmentally sensitive habitat area, and we would urge that that is the place for screening to occur. We also are concerned about removal of oak trees, and you did get a biological report. The biologist mentioned that he didn't do the work on the oak trees, that it's attached, but as I recall, there are 2 oak trees of 11 inches in diameter that are proposed for removal. There are a number of other oak trees that are 6 to 8 inches in diameter that are proposed for either relocation or removal. Most of those are a function of the placement of the guest house. And Nicole, could I go back to that one? This one right here. Oh, I'm sorry, the guest house is here toward the bottom of the site. And as you can see, the guest house is not actually cut into the hillside. The guest house is sitting at the very back. It's on natural grade, but it's sitting on a pad that's been built up for the guest house. The guest house and its pad required removal of most of those oak trees that I just mentioned. And as I understand, that's not allowed under the Montecito Community Plan. But if you can find another place, for example, for the guest house, and you can thereby save substantial oak trees. That's what the Montecito Community Plan calls for. And we think that on this property, there are plenty of locations for the guest house that don't require removal of those oak trees and don't require that it be that far down the property. What we think is happening is that the location of the guest house and this, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not, access from Buena Vista are related. That's what is desired is to have a private access for the guest house for this, what is very much an estate type development. And so we think that's why the guest house is there. If you noticed, and I think one of your commissioners asked this question, there is no access between the two driveways. And so without that lower access, one can't get to the guest house in its current location. So we think that is something that can be fixed. Again, I don't think that those are things that your commission can do here today. I think that there is a need for you to provide some direction to the MBAR. This was kind of a strange presentation you got, I thought, from Mr. Weston, because on the one hand, he is the appellant here. And so this project is before you because he actually essentially told the MBAR, and he was presented the choice. He could either come back to the MBAR with a substantially revised project, or he could take a denial and could move forward to you. He was given that opportunity to do either. He said he would rather have the denial and come before your planning commission. I then found it somewhat disingenuous to hear that he was complaining that staff wouldn't let him go back to MBAR with this particular revised project because it's on appeal, when in fact he is the appellant. And so again, I think that what needs to occur is some direction that a house on this site needs to follow at least something like the Hillside Ridgeline guidelines. It needs to work with instead of against the site, that this house is working against the site, as evidenced by the fact that even with this revised proposal, you still have this substantial amount of grading occurring to create these pads and to hide the basement. Perhaps most importantly, and perhaps most confusingly, I think what clearly needs to happen is some direction that what's happened in the environmentally sensitive habitat area needs to be corrected. And so, with or without a project, there needs to be some planting in that environmentally sensitive habitat area. Again, that brings us back full circle, because I believe that if they did pursue trying to get the county to improve the county road right-of-way, the county would have a similar problem, because the county would be looking at improving something that not only is in an environmentally sensitive habitat area where it is on Mrs. De Benedictus's property, but actually only half of it is on Mrs. De Benedictus's property. The other half is on an adjacent property and is down in the creek. And so at that location, and I can bring the picture back up if it's helpful, but you may recall there are some large eucalyptus trees that are essentially growing through Mrs. De Benedictus's 50-some-year-old driveway. To improve that, to allow for public road access through Mrs. De Benedictus's property, means you're going to put a big giant road through this environmentally sensitive habitat area right on the edge of the creek bank. And on behalf of my clients, I would then be asking the county if the county is now going to start maintaining that roadway, and if it's going to do something about this Arizona crossing here. And again, I suspect the county's answer is going to be no. If I could mention one last issue, and it's one that Mr. Weston, I don't think, mentioned in his oral discussion. It is in his letter. It was an issue of concern at the MBAR, which is where the drainage is going from the substantial increase in roofed and other area on the site. And as I understand the new proposal would be to send the drainage down this way, down this drainage. My clients here were mostly concerned about the additional drainage coming down here where their road crossing is. I suspect that those over on this side, including Mr. Palladini, who's not here today, will be concerned if they hear that instead all the drainage is now going this way. I don't know the answer to that, but it's certainly something that requires significant additional consideration if you're going to have this much roofed and paved area on the property. thank you, and if there are any questions I can answer, I'd appreciate it.
I just have one, and it's just housekeeping. Would you mind telling me where the owners that you represent live?
Again, it's all of these houses here.
All of those, okay.
Yes, all the ones that are in yellow, other than
Right.
the Hearst house.
And I have a number of speaker slips here. I'm not sure if each of your clients is planning to also speak today.
I suspect that many of them will not at this point, but some of them do have very personal stories to add,
Right.
and so I would
Just-
just say if they have personal items to
You know,
add.
we indulged you with as much time
Certainly.
as you wanted,
Right.
and I'm hoping that your clients, I think you've explained their issues very succinctly. If you could help us
I'm
out.
sure if any of them speak, they'll be very brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Arnold, are you ready to speak to us?
Yes, I'll make it quick. He doesn't know I'm on this client. I live at 915.
No, you have.
Go up there.
Is it Bellowy?
Bellow.
Bellow. Thank you.
I live at 915 Park Lane. So my house is just on the other side of Park Lane that you're seeing all the pictures. I look down on this property, and I just had a couple of things. One, it's been covered the bulk of scale, and the total of 14,000 square feet with all the outbuildings and everything that is on the plan. With whatever hardscape they have, I was concerned with the drainage because Buena Vista Creek goes through my property, and it gets pretty wild when we get some of these big rains. I was concerned, but environmentally, about the effect of the on the creek. The second is Park Lane is considered rural. I know you're looking at it from the Buena Vista point of view, but Park Lane is rural, and we have 3 to 8 acres, and all the houses in the planning I've been there 15 years, have been there because placed on the property looking rural. And the square footages that he showed on there, and you are correct on the one that showed 13,000 square feet, that's really on 6 acres. It's in 2 parcels, a 2 and a 4 acre parcel. So you are correct. And above us, they're 8 acres. So it's very rural just on the other side of this. And this house looks much more congested because the amount of land that it uses is much smaller than what the other side of Park Lane, my side of Park Lane, reflects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and welcome to you new Commissioners. Victoria Green, I'm speaking on behalf of the Montecito Association today. On February 13th, the Montecito Association's Board of Directors had a discussion about the appeal that's pending before you. The association has had for, I think, over 6 months, a policy that when there is an appeal pending before your Planning Commission, I think many of you are aware of this, that they will consider whether they're interested in commenting on the appeal, and if so, what those comments would be. So that was the discussion we were having on the 13th. The association, as Mr. Weston said, didn't take the time to hear the applicant's proposed alternative project design because it was the chair's feeling that the design that would be before you on appeal was the project that had been through the MBAR process and considered by staff, and it was not the board's feeling that it would be appropriate to confuse this project with a future design, given the history, I think, of the project at MBAR, where there had been the opportunity for revisions, but in the end the applicant chose to accept denial rather than revise the project. So the association didn't want to muddle issues, and that was the reasoning for just looking at the one project. I wanted to make a note that there are several association board members that live in the project vicinity, and that those board members either were not present or stepped down during consideration of this item. Those that did take part in the discussion have asked that your Planning Commission concur with the action of the MBAR, that you support them in their denial of the project that's currently on appeal, as well as staff's action to deny the land use permit. The basis being that development on this site really should minimize alteration of the site, work with the existing topography. Development should be at a scale that is compatible with the neighborhood. And as staff has, I think, very clearly pointed out to you, part of your consideration of what is compatible really involves looking at the whole of proposed development on the site as compared to total development on surrounding parcels. And we also believe that a project on this site should appropriately protect designated environmentally sensitive habitat. The association takes a position on projects pending on appeal when there seem to be issues associated with that project that are of broader community concern. And the two that I think are really of broader concern, well, I guess there are three, but the first two I'll talk about. One is the overall scale of development and the fact that the Montecito architectural guidelines do very specifically require you not just to look at the FAR of a house alone, but to look at compatibility of the total scale of development. And I think that it was the feeling of the association that the scale of development on this site is not compatible with what is in the existing neighborhood. And one thing I would point out is that the MBAR, in their findings for denial, were very clear in stating that there was disagreement about what the actual neighborhood was that among the BAR members that should be evaluated in determining this project's compatibility. So I don't think that was something that was resolved at that level. The other point is the use of basements to, in effect, elevate structures. We're looking at, and I think this is something that's going to require some discussion over time to correct the existing policies that we have. But I think what this house presents you with is an example where a basement is being used to elevate the rest of the structure. So instead of a design that works with the topography and builds the first story into that slope, it's the basement that is built into the slope and then covered with some grading below to raise the first and second stories to a higher level. And that's where you get, this appearance, I think, from the south side of a structure that is much taller than just a two-story residence. The third issue does relate to the Buena Vista access. We believe that it is important that you uphold the policies of the Montecito Community Plan, and I think that the policy staff has included in their report, it's Montecito Community Plan Policy Bio M 1.8 is very clear. A buffer area isn't necessarily just the area that includes in this case, riparian vegetation, but it is an area intended to provide some buffer from that habitat area, some separation of development. The last sentence of that policy says that all ground disturbance and vegetation removal shall be prohibited in the buffer area. So I think you need to keep that in mind as you consider what is allowed on this property, and also think about the fact that if Mr. Hurst were successful in getting the road encroachment permit he would need to develop in the county road easement that runs across Mrs. DeBenedictus's property, it would result in quite a lot more disturbance of that environmentally sensitive habitat and buffer area. So we ask you to uphold staff and the MBR action on this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lauren Benedictus.
Hello. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you.
Could you pull the microphone down?
I'm Lavonde Benedictus, and I live at 930 Buena Vista. Many occasions you've seen my house and heard my name. I've lived there for 50 years, and I can give you one fact in a nutshell, that no road has ever gone through gravel or no gravel through to Park Lane from Buena Vista. I happen to live on the dead end. The last 220 feet of Buena Vista is what is under review And all of these mentions of Buena Vista, 220 feet that goes along my little acre. And the other part of it, on the other side of the creek, are 3 other neighbors that own the land under the easement. And so we feel that it is rather advantageous of anyone who buys a property above to want to seize that 220 feet of our land. It is our land. It doesn't belong to the county. And so we are not in a position to give it to the applicant or anyone else. I think we have a right to our own land, and it puts me in a all of us in a pretty bad position, because land has become so expensive that the juicier it looks, juicier and juicier and juicier. 220 feet, for the for the asking, to be a freebie or whatever you want to call it. But it's an awful position, and that's why the road commissioner many years ago gave me a permit for a gate to take care of that last 220 feet so that I wouldn't be disturbed. I happen to be the only person that lives on that easement, my own little house. And it's only 1 story, little flat house. And so in a nutshell, that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Patrick Smeeker? I probably butchered that. One thing they're going to find here is I can't pronounce anybody's name, so everybody gets equal abuse.
Hi, I'm Pat Smeichel, and this is my 8th meeting listening to all this about building this house on this property. I was alerted to a change in ownership when Mr. Hurst bought the property, because he fenced off a 50-year-old trail that we used on a daily basis. And from then on, different things evolved. And in the first couple of meetings, Mr. Hurst had said he wanted to use the access off Buena Vista. After the neighbors objected, he took it off the plans for the second or third meeting that we went to, and it was off the plans for a while. There might have been some dotted lines on the plans. The neighbors got together along with LaVon, and she had tried this once before to abandon the road in front of her house, which was her driveway. And so we started the abandonment process, all the neighbors that are involved. And Mr. Hurst said he wasn't interested. And when one of the county clerks called the Hursts and said, "Oh, are you in favor of this abandonment process?" The county in 50 years has never done anything to the road, so I think the county was going along with the process. Mr. Hurst got upset, and his lawyer sent a rather nasty letter out. And since that time, the whole tenure of what's going on here is how important Buena Vista access is to Mr. Hurst. That's kind of how it came out. This whole process, the 6 different meetings that we went to, very little changed. At the last minute, for yesterday, we were supposed to meet with him to look at these plans that we just saw today. I don't know what the plans are different from what he did before. I guess they're a little bit different. But this has been a long process for the neighbors, and I just wanted you to hear that part. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Basham. And next would be Rebecca Kay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. I'm actually here today on behalf of Bill Palladini. You heard his name earlier. He is one of the neighborhood group and one of the residents of the Buena Vista area just below the Hearst property. Mr. Palladini is traveling. He had a long planned trip, and this hearing came up after his trip had already been planned, so he is sorry he couldn't be here. He submitted a letter. I am not going to read the whole letter. I will submit it into the record, but I do want to just raise one point that he raised here that hasn't really been addressed in any substantial way, and that is the fact that although there was some discussion earlier about net area, gross acreage, net acreage, and so on, there's a different fact about this property that you may want to consider, and that is that the site is very constrained by the two drainages, the ESH on the west side and the drainage on the east side. And in fact, as Mr. Palladini points out in his letter, the buildable area is closer to 2 acres, not the 3.39 total. And there's a real question in his mind as to whether this proposal is compatible with this very sloping semi-rural site. So I will leave that thought with you. I will submit this into the record, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rebecca Kay. Followed by Mike Brock.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Kay, the neighbor to the west, and I'd like to thank you for the changes that you've made, that you have finally come down to the size of the maximum of the guidelines, and that you're going to restore the public's view on the east that you took away. Our first meeting that we were supposed to have with Hearst, he sent us a letter saying that what he wanted was the right of first refusal to buy Mrs. De Benedictis' property, and that he would give up the Buena Vista access if we would give up our right to have any further involvement in the process of his property. We felt that really was a non-starter, that he had no right to ask us to not be involved in what's happening in our neighborhood. He spoke with him the other day, and he still says he wants to use Buena Vista for construction when necessary. How do you decide when it's necessary for a construction truck to go past an 80-year-old woman's bedroom window? Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Brock, followed by Ronald Schur. And that's our last speaker.
Ron Schnur, I live at 910. I'm directly below Mrs. Benedictis. I'm mostly concerned about drainage. I'm right on Buena Vista Creek. The water comes down pretty substantially at times. If Mr. Hearst is allowed to develop and build a road from Buena Vista, it's going to increase, I think, the water flow to me, and I'm not anxious to have that happen. It's been very contentious, very long, many meetings. We probably could have resolved a lot of this a long time ago, but here we are again for a 7th or 8th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker, so I'm going to close the public comment period, and I think it's time for a break, and we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Mr. Weston, I think you had a short rebuttal you had
Thank you.
indicated.
So what we will do by way of rebuttal is Mark De La Garza has asked for just 1 minute to comment on the biology question. Tom Meany has some corrections on architecture, and I have just 2 or 3 minutes of rebuttal points, not to rehash, but simply to respond to new material.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark De La Garza. Again, I'm with Watershed Environmental, and I just wanted to limit my comments to some comments made by Chip Woolbrandt and the county zoning violation case that's within the ESH. Chip had previously mentioned that it's actually within the ESH, and I wanted to correct that statement. It's actually within the ESH buffer zone. The ESH is really from the top of bank down into the creek, from top of bank to top of bank. And the area that we're talking about is an area that was either was an existing access road used previously by the other neighbor to visit her mother, or it's a lawn. I mean, in either case, that ESH buffer zone, the area where the gravel was placed, is actually turf grass. There are some oak trees near it in that riparian area, but we're talking about 1 dump truck load worth of gravel within an ESH buffer zone. I think that is a pretty simple solution that really doesn't require any additional plantings on the owner's part to resolve this. Either remove the gravel or acknowledge that there was an existing road there. It may not have been a public road, it was a private road, but but the gravel is there, and it'd be easy to clean that up. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you.
Tom Meany, just a small comment. We spent quite a bit of time laboring over this whole grading issue to try to come up with something that had minimum impacts. And so when I see a diagram that's submitted by Mr. Woolbrandt, it's very frustrating to me because that's not at all what we've executed in our design. For example, the elevation of Park Lane right opposite the house is above our plate height. So it's not down in here, it's much higher up than this. Additionally, there's no place below the house that has this amount of fill. The existing pool is set at the level of the new pool deck. We're using a lot of that same pad. And we have absolutely no grading around the guest house. So just to flip this diagram up here, like I say, up here we're 4 feet above the plate of the house at this point. You're looking over the house when you're up along Park Lane. Here the pool is at elevation 679. The 679 contour line goes right through the middle of the pool, and the existing pool deck at 680 sits right over here. So even at the area where the hillside starts to drop off here, worst case scenario, we have 3 feet of fill on the downhill side, not the diagram that's shown right there. And then we also have 3 feet of cut on this side because we've split the house pool location to where it sits snugly and comfortably on the site, utilizing the existing pool terrace level, and then minimum fill down here and minimum cut up in that direction. Additionally, there's no grading around the guest house. We've got 2 feet of daylight on the downhill side and 2 feet of retaining up above, and absolutely no grading in this area. Additionally, this terrace in this location, contour line 680 goes right through the middle of it. That's the elevation of the terrace. So there's not any area below the house that shows extensive fill. That's just not an accurate representation.
Excuse me, Mr. Meany. Could I ask you a quick question? There was a discussion or a suggestion that there were alternative locations for the guest house. Could you address whether you, in your design review, looked at alternative locations? In particular, that was, I think, related to the policies regarding oak tree removal.
There's 2 trees that are impacted. I think one's about here and the other one's about there. And in our plan, we're planning to relocate those across the top of the bank here and also across the top of the bank here where we already have some existing oaks. So we wanted to do something that made use of this site, and that sat in a nice location in terms of proximity to the pool and proximity to this gathering place. And so for us, that seemed to make the most sense. And like I say, it settled in to where the existing contour lines is really dictating the floor level of this structure, to where it's splitting the cut and fill above and below. But like I say, our plan is to take these 2 trees and relocate them in this area. And based on current standards, the success rate of replanting oak trees is well over 90%. Oh, and there's a comment made about drainage. Originally, we were taking the water down into the creek here, and at that point, I had no idea that they had flooding issues down below. So now, in the current design by Flowers and Associates, you can see the heavy lines here. All the water comes over and gets collected. It goes through biofilters. Any water that's collected off the driveway gets filtered out. Anything that's collected in this area comes into this tank here and comes out and then gets dispersed into the existing waterway. So no water right now is going down into the Buena Vista Creek that might impact the drainage issues that they have down below.
Thank you. Mr. Weston.
I don't need to have it dark. There you go. I'll try to be very brief. I pride myself on not getting angry, but I really am upset at some of the statements that have been made by the opponents, particularly with regard to settlement discussions. I work harder than any attorney I know to try to resolve disputes by mutual agreement, and we have repeatedly offered to sit down with the neighbors with all of the issues on the table. Our only request was that people come to those mediations or settlement discussions with the authority to resolve it so that it wouldn't be pointless, and any mediator will tell you that that's a requirement. And we made that offer last week. So I won't burden you with this, but I have my computer right next to me, and I can play for you a voicemail sound file from attorneys for the applicants in which Susan Basham stated, "We do not want to meet. We do not want to take you up on your proposal to continue this hearing. We want to see what the Planning Commission says. I had offered to meet with Mike Cooney, who agreed for free to mediate this dispute yesterday, and postpone the hearing so we could take all the time necessary, and it was declined, and that was true before. So we have tried very hard to settle it. We will always try to settle it, no matter what you do today. I'm very disturbed by hearing statements that really are misleading you. And second, I have to take issue with the statement by Rebecca Kay regarding a right of first refusal offer. Attorneys for the applicants sent a formal settlement proposal, and at the top of it said, "This is confidential, not to be discussed." So I'm not going to discuss it. And I responded with a equally long letter discussing all of the issues where we were willing to compromise and where I thought we could meet one another. And that letter also stated, "This is not to be discussed in public, it is confidential." And the statement she included was taken out of context and is really unfair and a violation of our written understanding. I will tell you, for example, that we offered during the discussion that we would not use that access during Mrs. Benedict's entire life. So to hear one statement out of context that distorts the discussions between the parties is really not right. So let me turn now to this, what perhaps is the least contentious of all the issues, the drainage issue. We are happy to do the drainage any way the county and the neighbors want. Our original proposal was we'd split it 50-50 between east and west. That's perfectly reasonable. If some of the neighbors were worried about Buena Vista, and we said, if you want, we'll put it all on the east side. We'll put 60-40 on the east and west side. Any proposal that is acceptable to the neighbors will be acceptable to us because, in fact, it is very easy for us to engineer the water either to the left or the right in any split. So I think that is not an issue. With respect to compatibility, I'm disturbed that Chip Woolbrandt would show you a handful of lots immediately south of the property and not the entire neighborhood. The only way compatibility is to be looked at is either define the neighborhood as Park Lane and look at that, or define the entire neighborhood and look at it. The basic problem is that this lot is much, much bigger than some of the immediately adjacent lots. Our lot is 4 acres. Mrs. De Benedictis' lot, I think, is 1 acre or less. At least a number of the lots in that area are quite small. No, quite small. They're 1 acre. If we had a 5,000 square foot house on each one of those 4 lots, then it would be 20,000 square feet. So having a somewhat larger house on a very large parcel is still much less size, bulk, and scale than if it were a small lot. So what the MBAR has always done is said, don't look at just at the tiny lots right next door. We want you to especially focus on the larger properties that are in the vicinity so we can do an apples to apples comparison. That's why when you look at my exhibits, I think my exhibit 7, which lists the FAR, there are only about 20 houses where we put the square footage, because that is in response to our understanding of what MBAR wants to look at. Show us the lots that are somewhat comparable in size. And if you look at those, it's very, very hard to justify a finding of incompatibility. I'm disturbed that Mr. Woolbrandt says that there is a significant discussion or controversy over whether the hillside and ridgeline policies apply. They don't apply, period. How do we know that? Because staff originally determined that. Then when the neighbors questioned it, we hired a surveyor to determine what the exact elevations were and give us a conclusive analysis, yes or no, whether hillside ridgeline applies. Now that is not a gray area. That is a black and white standard in our ordinance, and the rule and the hillside policy does not apply, period. So the house is allowed to be 38 feet. In fact, it is more than 4 feet shorter than that under our current proposal. So that is not controversial no matter how often the neighbors bring it up. I would be amazed if you're not confused about this access issue. I didn't even want to bring it up. That's why it is not shown on our plans. It is not before you. Staff is being very clear that they have not completed their analysis. So I don't see how you could decide it. In fact, I don't think you could decide it either way. What we have asked is, I hope you would make a statement, that if there's a legal access, that is, yes, there's a public easement to the edge, yes, there's no fence right that blocks us, and there's no environmental problem, that there's not a basis to ask us to voluntarily give it up. That's all I'm asking. I have told you repeatedly, it's the one thing I'm going to repeat because it is important. If it is ultimately determined by the Board of Supervisors that this is buffer and that we did anything improper, then we'll fix it. No question about it. And we won't be able to use it for access. No question about it. We don't think that's how it's going to turn out. And I'm disturbed that people keep saying we did something illegal. We did something that we today think and think will ultimately be established was perfectly fine, which is take care of an existing road, which shows on the USGA survey. What that means is you can see the historical cut of the road. It's not just labeled. You can see the contour lines where the bench has been dug into the hill, and that's been there for a long time, and it is here today. It only takes a couple of weeks for grass to grow in among the gravel. I'm sure that Nicole will tell you, because she was there yesterday, that you can hardly see the road today. And yet, supposedly, we did all of this grading just a few months ago to put in the gravel. The truth is that if you put down gravel, it's gray. If you wait a few weeks, it looks green. But nothing is changing. The access is still there. Now, having said all of that, that issue is not before you. Now, there is one additional letter that I want to make sure is in the record. Betty Lou Frost, who is the lady who sold us the house and who built the house that is now to be replaced, has written a letter. I would be happy to read it to you, but I don't think you need to. I will tell you that it's, and I've emailed it to Nicole. Were you able to print it out? All right, so I would like to put that in the record. It is dated today. She called and told me that she could email it to me, but she couldn't use her fax machine, so a signed copy will be coming. And what that letter states is that after she built her house, Mrs. De Benedictis put in a gate. Mrs. Frost immediately said, "What are you doing? You're blocking my access." And Mrs. De Benedictis left it open for the remainder of the time that Mrs. Frost lived there. And she states in this letter that she continued to use it for access occasionally. Not all the time, but occasionally. So there are disputed questions of fact. I ask you just not to get into them until it's fully resolved. I was very interested in the letter from Bill Palladini, who I really respect. He's a friend and I admire him, stating that the buildable area of this property is just 2 acres. So it should be considered a 2-acre lot, not a 4-acre lot. And with all respect to Mr. Palladini, that's just not so. Why? Because the reason we have floor area ratio standards is so that there's air, space, and light around properties, so that there's still greenery, so that there are oak trees and creeks and all the things we want. And the fact that we have a creek on the one side and a ravine on the other that can't be developed means that that will always not be developed. So in fact, it will be a house surrounded by 4 acres, most of which will never be developed. So it is thoroughly appropriate to count all of that space. That's why county policies look at gross acreage, not net acreage. It's the way it should be. So this is a 4-acre parcel, larger than almost any other in the area. The house isn't twice as big, it's just somewhat bigger than the larger houses in the neighborhood. It's not even as big as one of the ones on Buena Vista. It's very important to not lose sight of the fact, and I mention this because the neighbors repeatedly asked for the emphasized importance of landscaping, is that you can't see the house. You can't really see it from Park Lane. You certainly can't see it from Mrs. Benedictis' house. The only place you see it from is, you don't see it from the west coming up from Park Lane. The only place you see it from is if you're driving up from the east on Park Lane. And yes, you see it. You also see the current house. You also see about 50 other houses that spread across the hillside. But that view does not block any view of the sky or of the mountains or of the ocean. It's just one of the hundreds of houses you see in Montecito. So here's what we ask. We still ask that you give preliminary approval, or at least conceptual preliminary approval to the basic design, because I think that MBAR would very much appreciate guidance. If you simply deny the appeal, that's okay. We will ask the board to review it. I don't think that that is in Montecito's interest. I think that our interest in self-regulation, in which we all believe, is not served by that process. But I also think it would be a mistake to simply send it back to the MBAR without giving them any additional guidance. They really want guidance on whether they have the right to ask that the road be vacated if it's otherwise legal. They've asked for you to reaffirm whether basements count. I think that's an easy question. If you give them guidance that you basically are comfortable with the proposal, that's what I hope you would say, I think that would be enormously helpful. We always want to work with MBAR. They just do a terrific job, and we will continue to work with them. But I think that they would very much appreciate guidance. So you've been very patient. I appreciate it very much. We'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, I have forgotten something important. I'm afraid that the information that Tom Meany gave you about the oak trees is not correct. Katie O'Reilly Rogers, who is a landscape architect, has explained it. She would be glad to answer questions. It is not correct the 2 oak trees are being moved because of the guest house. Just not so. There are 2 oak trees that theoretically could be impacted by the location of the guest house. So, Katie, if I get any of this wrong, please correct me. It's my understanding that the facts are as follows. No trees are being relocated as a result of the guest house. No building is happening within the drip line of those 2 oak trees. Potentially, the building could affect less than 20% of the root structures of those trees. Because of that, we have said that if there is an impact, we will mitigate on a 10-to-1 basis. But in fact, we're not proposing to do anything to those trees. So did I get that right, Katie? And it's in the arborist. Yeah, oh, that's right. So there is a complete arborist report by Bill Spiewak. It's in the record. We encourage you to read it if you have any questions. Again, thank you for your patience and for your attention.
Thank you. Interested in hearing from Tony Spann. Before we close the public hearing, I was hoping Tony Spann might address us. Been a lot of questions about the MBAR's analysis of this project, and
thank you, Mr. Chair. Good
maybe you could
afternoon.
start out by just giving us your perspective on the process
Certainly.
here.
Tony Spann, Chair of the MBAR. I think you've heard enough. I think you've heard it all. It's a constrained lot, pushing the envelopes. The biggest concern I have is this concept of sending it back to MBAR. If you do that, we really want some guidance. I think Derek said it. I think Chip said it. We really need some guidance from you. We struggle. I think you'll look at the minutes and you'll see that there wasn't consensus at the MBAR. What's the neighborhood? Where is the neighborhood? What should the neighborhood be? How should it be defined? Because a surveyor comes along and finds a way to get a lot to be less than a 16-foot drop in 100 feet, is it really a non-hillside lot? Should the height limit be 16 feet on this lot? It's a property that borders the urban-rural guideline. It's a project that's right on the edge. Grading, the ESH border, buffer. I'm sorry, the ravine. Sure, there are a lot of things about this project we like. You know, the restoration of the ravine, the restoration of the ESH buffer, not being able to see the house from Park Lane. But there are other things that concern us: the size of the house, the amount of grading. This is a constrained lot. It's a border lot. It's one of those lots that's on the edge. We are looking to you to give us guidance. A lot of the issues that came up are out of our purview. We're confused about just as you are, about the Buena Vista right-of-way, whatever it is. The last thing I want to say is it's hard for us to play mediator. 6 times, all the neighbors kept showing up. Something's broken here. There's got to be a way for us, you two, MPC, and us, not to be mediators. There's got to be a way for these applicants to sit in a room, close the door, and get some great direction, and come out with a consensus. And I think there's been an effort on both sides, but I don't think it's melded yet. And if there's any way for this commission to allow for that to happen, I think that will go a long way in getting the project that'll be better for the community. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Well, I'll start out. I have a question related to the basement. And this might be partially directed at staff, but the concept of basement, I think, used to be a place you stored things. And it's really evolved in many of the houses we see now into their media rooms. They're effectively usable spaces, functional living spaces. And how are you interpreting that currently? How are you interpreting the guidelines to apply on basements, or do you just figure it's just out of your purview and you can't analyze it as part of the project area.
No, what you're not, Mr. Chair, what you're not going to get out of me is a consensus. Again, there's split on the board. There are certain members of the MBAR that believe that the basement should be counted based on use. Others believe that it should not. It should be counted based on visual. Can you see it? Is it in the ground? What complicates matters are a couple of things. The FAR guidelines, the way that they're written, the ordinance, the way it's written, and the fact that recently we went through a building height recalculation of how you establish and measure the building height in the county. And if you read that building height, it promotes basements. So is it a visual issue? If you can't see it, it's not there. One of the things that we don't want to do is we don't want to rely on landscaping to hide things. We don't like that. One way to hide things is to build them into the ground. So you're not going to get consensus. You're going to get 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's still a discussion at MBAR. It's case by case. I think it's community discussion as well.
You want to comment on the issue of compatibility as on the Park Lane as opposed to Buena Vista, and whether that's how you looked at that and where you came down, or if there was any consensus on those two?
I think representation was made to you, which is correct. The MBAR likes to look at properties that are of the similar size lot. And if there's not the similar size lot, then how far do you reach do you reach and how far do you go? Some members of the MBAR would like to limit it to Buena Vista in this particular project. Others like to say, wait a second, it's Park Lane and there's much larger parcels in a larger spread of the neighborhood. So which way do you go? Is it true that the applicant is proposing a house that would work much better on a flat lot? Probably. Probably. Would it be better if this house was reduced and made smaller and conform to the hillside more? Probably, but it's not the house that he would want.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Mr. Span, the idea of our giving preliminary or conceptual approval to this project and sending it back to you has been discussed. Could you please tell us the difference as you see it between preliminary approval and conceptual approval, what those two mean and what's the difference?
Commissioner Burrows, Mr. Chair, I would prefer to let Peter Imhoff or Nicole answer that question. It's a technical question. I'll probably get it all wrong. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, the MBAR guidelines provide for 3 levels of review: conceptual, preliminary, and final. The MBAR, or for that matter, the county BAR, only takes action at the preliminary level and the final level. So there's an action taken, an approval or denial. There's no action per se at the conceptual level. There's just direction to an applicant to return for preliminary review. The preliminary action is the main appealable action, the substantive action. The final approval must conform to the preliminary action, and any appeal of the final approval is limited to review of its consistency with the project that was approved at the preliminary level. So the preliminary approval is the big approval, if you will, the real approval from a design review standpoint. And of course, when MBAR or any of the county BARs act, they're acting in making their findings, their aesthetic findings, stating that the project is approvable based on an aesthetic review as opposed to a zoning review.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Span, I have a question for you related to the process that you went through at the MBAR. In reading the report, this is my characterization, nobody else's, but I'd like you to comment on it. It goes to what the prospects are for this to be resolved outside of this kind of a venue. It reads to me like the MBAR gave the applicant pretty good direction, that you didn't like the project the way it started. And it seemed like it was an ordeal to get this project scaled back to anything that began to approach what you felt would be acceptable. Is that a fair characterization, or am I misreading it?
No, I think, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, I think that would be fair. I think the applicant has not gone far enough to where we have. Now, I think the other thing, this is just an observation that I'd like to make, just sitting here. You know, Chip Wilbrandt said that we're accommodating, and sort of Derek Weston, we're accommodating. Maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we should have denied this at the second or third level, and we wouldn't be here applicant certainly wouldn't be as frustrated as they are today, neither would the neighbors. Maybe that's a lesson I need to take back to the MBAR.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that, which is the revised submission, the one that's not actually before us today but has been presented, subjectively, how big a change is that compared to some of the previous revisions you've seen?
To be completely honest with you, Mr. Chair, I haven't looked at it. I don't think it would be fair for me to look at it or to represent to the MBAR.
Fair
I'll be
an
glad to answer that.
No,
as an
fair
individual,
enough.
but
I
don't think it's
thought
something
maybe
to
you'd
do.
had the chance. I appreciate it. If there aren't any more questions of Mr. Span, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I had a comment about this basement FAR design guideline issue, and I think it really is bigger than just basements. And I'm going to start with the narrow question, and I'm going to try and broaden it and hopefully at least help you understand why I don't think it matters as much as I don't think the FAR is as important as well as given the emphasis often in these hearings. So to start with the really narrow question of should this basement be counted or not, I can tell you that our practice, and when I say our practice, I mean the MBAR, the planning staff, and your commission, and probably extends to the board to the extent they've seen many of these, has been not to count basements in the FAR when it meets the definition of a basement. And the definition of a basement has nothing to do with use. All it is it's a story partially or wholly underground, and it's counted as a story if its floor to ceiling height is 6.5 feet or more, and more than half of its height is above the average level of the house, of the adjoining ground surface. So if half of the basement is underground, it's a basement. There's lots of other references to how you calculate gross floor area, net floor area that reference basements and usability of space and whatnot. But I think what's important is that for the application of the guidelines in the FAR, we don't count basements if they meet that definition. Now, why don't I think that's as important as we seem to always come to in these houses where they're pushing up against that FAR? That's one page of the entire design guidelines. One page. One page talks about FARs, and it says they're a guideline, and that generally houses shouldn't exceed this, but the preamble to it is really a larger test of neighborhood compatibility. And so just because something is under or even over doesn't mean it's either compatible or incompatible with the neighborhood. You need to look at the larger context. And that's why I said before, Peter said before, that you can and should look at accessory structures in the whole context of what's going on the site and what's going on in the area. Before you get to the discussion of FARs in the guidelines under the Residential Architectural and Landscape Design Guidelines, that's Section 3, there's a whole definition of neighborhood compatibility, there's a general statement about it, and then there are guidelines. And one of the guidelines specifically, it's Section 3A3C, for the record, says the size, mass, bulk, and scale of existing and proposed structures in relation to parcel size and development on adjacent properties should be considered. And then lots of other guidance. So, it's important to know the number, the FAR number in comparison to other houses in the area, but it's not that answer. And so that's why I just wanted to soften this reliance, I guess, on just a strict FAR approach. And then second thing I wanted to say about this, Commissioner Overall asked if we had data on the total development on lots in this area, and we can define area however the commission wants to define the area. And I said we don't have it today. We do have it available. I think most all of the data available. We've been collecting data on total development on each parcel in Montecito, and we have it in a database, and we just don't all know how to use that database yet. If you do continue your hearing, as I think you may do today, we'll bring it for the commission in advance of your next hearing so that you have a better picture of what's going on in the larger area around this house. But I just wanted to at least try and touch on what I see as a problem in our approach sometimes to neighborhood compatibility.
Thank you. Mr. Allen?
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, MBA Chair Mr. Span indicated that there was discussion still at the MBAR regarding applicability of the Ridgeline and Hillside guidelines. And the guidelines, as I read them, are clear. If there's a 16-foot drop, they apply. If there's not, they don't.
They don't.
And I think to the extent they're seeking guidance there, that would be at least my direction to MBAR based on the review of the Ridgeline and Hillside guidelines. Staff, Mr. Imhoff, is raising the issue of precision of measurement. That's another issue. That's a factual issue for the decision maker to determine whether the measurements are in fact accurate. But that's another matter altogether.
Mr. Chair, just to go one step further, I haven't heard anybody say that the measurements aren't accurate, and I think we verified to our ability the measurements that exist. And there's always going to be cases where you're really, really close to that 16-foot drop, and this happens to be one of them.
Okay, thank you. Any other staff comments to us? Then to the commissioners, do you have questions of staff? Or well, then I'll put it to you to close the hearing and put it to you for discussion on this item. How would you like to proceed? Commissioner Phillips.
I think we're beginning to see a sea change. The sea change has been happening. If it can happen over time, the community has changed. I can remember a time, not growing up on the West Coast, where we would go out and say, "Look at that big house." We were proud of it. It was in our community. That's not happening anymore. That's clear. And when MBAR can't determine neighborhood because you can drive results based on neighborhood, there's a philosophical change, and this community wants smaller houses. However, we have guidelines. We have an applicant who relied on guidelines, who hired an architect who is using appropriate architectural standards to maximize his site. He hired an attorney to maximize his argument, and we call it pushing the envelope. It seems to me, if he's in the envelope, it's his property. Should we change the guidelines? It seems to me this entire community wants smaller. I think we can all feel it, and I don't think we start with any one applicant and force that on him and say, today is the day. I don't have any bias one way or the other. Big houses, small houses. I mean, I might have a personal bias, but our job is not to have that. And MBAR shouldn't have it either. Although we should be reflecting the wishes of the community. So it's time that a dialogue begin and a process begin maybe to take another look at this. These guidelines were done in '92, I think, and they may have looked like big numbers back then, but very generous. But a lot of people don't think so. A lot of applicants think they need a bigger house, want a bigger house. I'm concerned that the applicant kept going back to MBAR without the changes recommended. I think that must be very frustrating for MBAR, and I don't know how we can help them on that. I don't think we can decide one way or the other. This is a revised project. No one's really looked at it. But if it comes within the permissible guidelines, I think we have to give the benefit to the applicant. The neighborhood should be, let's find what's a statistical reasonable amount of lots. Let's look at the most adjacent 4-acre properties and see what it looks like. Montecito is really kind of a big community. the attempt to carve out little communities may work. Otherwise, let's find 4-acre lots and maybe 10 of them or 15 of them, and even if it goes, you know, way down East Valley Road, and see what they look like. I don't know. That's those are just comments, and that hasn't helped move the process along at all, I know, but thank you for listening.
Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you. First of all, I think that the applicants have shown a good faith effort to deal with the concerns of the neighbors. You have reduced the size of your project, you have reduced the grading. We go through this list, and I think you're to be commended for that. On the other hand, I think that the neighbors have some legitimate concerns, and one of them spoke about, for example, the oak trees and the guest house. We're now to understand, if I understood Mr. Weston, that the oak trees could be taken and moved to a more compatible area for them. It seems to me that you've gone a long way. I'm sorry that the neighbors were not able to work with the applicant to come up with a plan with which you could have been pleased. I am willing at this point to move, not to move, but to express my approval for sending this project back to MBAR with our conceptual approval, but also incorporating some of the concerns that the neighbors had in regard to additional screening, in regard to the oak trees, in regard to possibly taking the size of the house down a little more, handling the sensitive habitat area, which I guess that you have made an effort or are working on that at this point. So without making a motion, I did want to at least express my opinion on this project at this time.
Commissioner Overall?
As I understood the applicant's counsel, you are asking for one of two alternatives, which is either conceptual approval or denial. As I sit here today, I'm unable to make either of those decisions. I think we have material that is not in evidence, and we need that before we can make a good, rational decision. Certainly the staff review of the biology report and the issues related to the environmental sensitive habitat, the buffer issue, I think it would be premature for us to make any kind of a decision before we have that analysis by staff. I'm concerned that we have not really addressed the neighborhood compatibility issue. And I think, frankly, without the total development figures, which Mr. Black has indicated she can provide at a subsequent time, I think we're violating our duty to look carefully at that question of neighborhood compatibility, because in my reading of it, that is probably the most important decision that we can make. It's either compatible or it's not. This certainly is a large development. The neighbors have been concerned about it. Frankly, I'm concerned about it. I recognize that it has changed significantly over time. Whether it's changed enough, frankly, I'd like to have the MBAR's opinion on that. But I think we need to look at the neighborhood compatibility issue on total development before we make any further statement. I think the other thing relates to the nature of the environment in which you're working, which is you're working with guidelines. And while I recognize the hillside ridgeline component is an absolute, it's either 16 feet or it's not, nevertheless, that's only one part of a set of guidelines. And I think if we just simply say it doesn't meet 16 feet and therefore we don't take into account the fact that this is a fairly steep lot, I think we're making a mistake. That's not to say we impose the hillside height limitation, but I do think we have to take a look at the nature of the site that you're trying to build on. And I don't think we've addressed that adequately. These are, again, I will repeat, guidelines. And then I guess the two other things that that bother me. It is, in spite of the characterizations or perhaps mischaracterizations by the two attorneys, I'm not yet convinced that the neighbors are intractable or that the appellant is intractable. And I can understand why, particularly with Mr. Palladini being out of the country and he was a spokesperson for that group. I can understand why you haven't had a chance to meet, and he certainly hasn't. The group hasn't had a chance to study your most recent revisions. So I guess I'd really like to see this project continued. I would like to encourage the neighbors and the applicant appellant to meet with one another. It's a shame that you didn't have a greater degree of talking months or a year ago, but I really think that's an important component, and I'd like to see that happen. And if it's appropriate, and I'm not sure it is, I'd like to see the MBAR having a chance to review this project before we look at it again in terms of just strictly the architecture, not the land use components. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll try to tick off some of the items that I think the MBAR would like us to give them direction on, because I think we're probably going to continue this item based on what I've heard. I guess that one of the easy ones is the hillside, and of course this is just conceptual. I'm thinking maybe we can make a motion. It'd be nice if we got to the point where we actually made a motion and had some consensus when we send this back to tell the MBAR what we would like to see when this project comes back. And my take on it is the hillside ordinance does not apply to this lot, so that's no longer an issue. The road right-of-way is not an issue here. At least it's not an issue that's before us, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to be suggesting that that right-of-way should be taken away as a bargaining chip. It doesn't change whether this house is compatible with the neighborhood or not, so I think it's not in the mix. And so that takes out the issue of access as well. I'll address from my perspective, conceptually, I don't have a problem with the guest house and where it's located. I really don't have a problem with the style of the house. It's not a hillside lot, and they fit within all the guidelines. In fact, I look at, although I understand the neighborhood concerns about the size, this house is not outside the guidelines. It's under the guidelines, and it's not, to the best of I can tell, is not visible. So I have trouble telling them that this house is way outside what should or could be approved on this site. If I had to rule on this item today versus continue it, I would probably deny the appeal, but it's borderline for me because it's very close to something that I would approve. I'd like to see this go back. I would like to see the total size of the development reduced. I can't say how much. But I think 14,000 feet is too much. But I think that an 8,500 square foot or 8,900 square foot house on a 4-acre lot with appropriate outstructures is not inappropriate for this lot. So I can support it, but I think the totality doesn't look quite right to me. And I would like to see that worked. I would like to see that tweaked some. Whether the design that's before us today is sufficient or not, I can't tell you. But I would like to hear, before we rule up or down on this, to see it go back to the MBAR and have them determine whether they think it's reached that point or not. House style, I think I addressed it, but I think it's fine. I personally find this house to be compatible with the Park Lane neighborhood. I struggle with it a little bit more if it's the Buena Vista neighborhood, but I think it's really a Park Lane house. That's where the primary access is. Anybody want to weigh in on my comments, or?
I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering what the appropriate motion would be. Conceptual approval and direct it back to MBIR with your comments. I think they certainly reflect Commissioner Burrows, I think, as well as mine. And
Well, I'll ask staff whether
overall
conceptual
vote, yes.
approval, because I'm not sure if we're really at conceptual. I think we're really, I think we could give it conceptual approval when it comes back next time, potentially, but I don't have enough of a house design in front of me to give it conceptual approval personally. I'd prefer us to incorporate our comments into either a motion or simply comments to go back to the MVR with a continuance.
Mr. Chair, what I've heard from the commission, hearing from all four of you, I'm not quite sure you're at conceptual approval yet, and I'm not sure that's going to serve anybody real well today. So my suggestion would be that you continue this, and I would suggest you continue it until March 29th, which will enable Commissioner Gottstinker to be here and available to provide her insight. It should give us enough time to go to the Montecito BAR. They have 3 meetings between then and now, one which I'm sure we can't get on, which is just next week, but 2 additional. And it should give us enough time to review the